The board is no longer in executive session. No action was taken during executive session. We'll now proceed with the agenda. Our first agenda item is the approval of the minutes. Any questions about the minutes as they're written?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Any opposed? Passes. Now enter the new business section. And let me explain the way that the meeting is conducted. We have one bit of new business tonight. It is an administrative appeal. The flow of the meeting will be once that application is heard, staff comes forward and makes a presentation. Then the appellant will come forward and make a presentation. We will have a public hearing. During that public hearing, anyone that wishes to speak for or against can come forward. You will get 3 minutes to speak. Staff will be keeping track of the time. You should get a warning when you're halfway through. If you represent a group, you can receive 10 minutes to speak. However, you have to state what group that you are representing, and I need to see the people that are in your group, as in they will have to stand and they will have to understand that they are forfeiting their right to individually speak. Okay? When you come forward to speak, the first thing you should say is your name and address. I will call you by your name, by those that have signed up, but we need your name and address recorded for the record. So regarding the specific administrative appeal, I want you to understand that what this board is doing tonight, what we hear, the case as we hear it, is very limited. It only regards whether or not one particular activity can occur in a light industrial zone. It has no specific reference to any particular location, any particular project. It is a generic representation of that particular type of manufacturing in that particular zoning district. That is all. So there's a lot of people here. We'll listen to everyone, but I would just ask that when you come forward, please keep your comments directed toward that, toward the issues that the board should hear regarding that particular activity in that particular zone. And when you come forward, please don't just speak and then just turn around. The board may have a question or two for you, so wait until I kind of give you the go-ahead to go ahead and sit back down in the event that there are no questions. Okay? So now we will proceed with new business.
Mr. Chair, one point of clarification on the meeting format, and I apologize if I misheard this. Since this is an administrative appeal, the appellant would be presenting first instead of staff.
Okay, stand corrected. So is Walter Buchanan present?
Pastor Wally Buchanan, 256 Baxter Lane. And first of all, I'm not going to go into any meeting that my friend can't go into. You have In God We Trust, and I'm going to open up with prayer. Father, we do thank you for this day you've given us. We thank you for this opportunity to live in a free country. We thank you for this opportunity to have elected officials, and we thank you that we have an appeal board that we can appeal when we disagree with something. Our attitude today is not us against them, it's just a clarification of a misunderstanding where all the facts wasn't given and all the facts wasn't considered, and it was just kind of smoothing and under a monoglyphic whatever. And we thank you, Father, for being here. We ask this, and we ask you to be here, and you be the judge, you be the jury, in Jesus' name. Amen. Every meeting I've come to in York County, I've gave 2 minutes. This guy's about to carry me out tonight. I'm getting my full money's worth. If I have to pay $300-something for you to hear me, you're gonna hear me. I live in
Your presentation and the presentation of staff is not limited by time.
Thank you. Me and you buddies now. I'm just a country boy. I'm retired military. I graduated the military as an E8. I know how to do things by the rules, and I've seen rules broken. I know how to do the buddy system. I know how to do the green handshake. I've seen a lot of that going on. I'm also retired from an international manufacturing corporation. I retired fully there, and I call myself being retired as a pastor of a Baptist church, but I don't see any sign of me slowing down. It's a privilege to be here. I apologize for the misunderstanding, and I believe that once you see the facts and once you figure out how it all came about, that you will have a good decision, and I believe it'll lean towards us. Of course, I'm partial. We're not here to fight y'all. We're here to explain the situation. The land in our family, I am one of the 3% of 4 millions left. Our family, 1941, they bought this piece of property. It used to be Baxter Lane. They have cut off Baxter Lane. Now we have to go around a puzzle to get to our property. We've been here since 1941. Our family kept up a red mud dirt road to get from US 21 to our property. We did that for many years. We have sweat equity in our property. It started out 140 acres. My wife's grandfather bought the property. He farmed it. Upon his death, he sold off a bunch of land, gave $1 million to the Lutheran Children's Home, gave another $1 million to the organization for crippled children, and the rest was left to the family. We've always been a giving and caring family. That's the way we teach our children. I have a 92-year-old mother-in-law that's watching in that camera right now. Hi, Mom. She would like to be here, but she's wheelchair bound. She is just can't believe that our country has came to such a thing, that people that own the land have no say about what comes in beside them. She would love to be in here. I have one grandson. He is the apple of my eye. We have land out there that I have saved for him. He was wanting to start a family, so he could build a house. We saved him land for that. As a pastor, the only thing I can relate to is the Bible. The Bible says, what father a son would ask for an egg would give him a snake. I think that's true, right? If this property gets contaminated by the chemicals that I've seen, I'm not giving my grandson an egg. I'm giving him a snake. Because the land won't be worth living on. Because we live, I'm guessing 150 foot. I could stand in my backyard and chunk a rock on top of that building. Nobody asked me if I liked them coming there. We didn't get a vote. The bad thing is in York County, the citizens don't have a say until it's already a done deal. We don't have a say about what's coming in, what can't. We've been called a bedroom community. We're a Charlotte bedroom community. The whole north part of York County line, all the way from Lake Wiley, all the way up to Pineville, all the way into Lancaster, we're a bedroom community. Would you want this in your bedroom? No. Years ago, this all started in 2015 when the Eubanks, who owned the property where this big building is, wanted to sell, and they were turned down by York County Council for rezoning. Then when Tom passed away, he was a friend of mine, Tom Eubanks, he told me, he said, Pastor Wally, he said, as soon as I die, my kids are going to sell that land. They don't care about the land. They don't care about the neighborhood. They're money hungry. They're going to sell the land at the best offer. And he was right. He didn't care who come in. They didn't care. They all moved out of York County. They all moved out of this part of the county. They could care less. And it says, I had a politician one time that he was sitting right about there as a York County councilman. And he told me in 2015 that they were going to build that. They've already put a 2 million gallon water tank beside my daughter's house. She sold her house. Lost money on it because of the giant water tower sitting beside it. But he told her, don't worry about the water tank. We're going to build a building down there, but it will never, ever be anything other than a warehouse. I have confronted him at several political meetings he's been at, called him a liar. He didn't deny it. And he said, things change. How can the people of York County live in the county where the county people tell them things change? We're aware that things change, but we need somebody that we can rely on, somebody that will tell us the truth. We have one political guy that he doesn't work for the state. He's in federal government, and he's going around telling everybody the building's 12 to 20 years old. Nobody's ever occupied that building. Matter of fact, they don't have a certificate of occupancy from y'all. They've been in there a year. The lights are on, the water's on. How did that happen? They're setting a precedence for every company that builds a company. You're going to have to let them turn the lights on, turn the water on, because you've let them do it. I don't know. I ask them. I'm a friendly person. My wife says I talk more than any woman. Ladies, I apologize, but I do. So I went down there and asked the companies that's in the first two buildings. Matter of fact, one of the guys come up to the house. He's smoking. He's over the maintenance up there. We talked, had a cup of coffee. Good neighbor. The second one, that guy's name is Jose. They run a distribution company. Nice neighbor. Don't have any problems. I went to the third company and I said, what do y'all do here? And we said, we're steel fab. I said, what do you do here? He said, we make solar panels. I said, really? I said, do you have a certificate of occupancy? We don't need one. I said, York County know you in here? We don't need York County. We got approval above York County. The state said we could be in here. Do y'all run York County or does the state run York County? Do the politicians run York County or the people we voted for as county council people run York County?
If I may, folks, the applause doesn't do us really any good if we can just keep the meeting moving forward.
My understanding, I'm 75, so I may go down a rabbit hole every once in a while. But it's my understanding when this company came to town, they came to town as mono. And that's how they introduced themselves. They disguised themselves as. That's what they were incognito of coming in. I'm going to tell you what, if I meet somebody and they tell me their name is something, and I find out something later that they lied, I don't trust them the rest of the way. And so if you're mono, come in as mono. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be positive about this. I am a very positive person. I tried to make everything positive. God had a plan for this. I'm going to tell you, I have some, y'all won't believe that I'm Southern. Is the maiden told the Apostle Peter, your voice gave you away while they were standing at the fire. Now, God did this.
So I can't, so if you don't speak in the microphone, we can't hear you up here.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
God had a purpose for this. I have more friends from north of the Mason-Dixon line. I know, I ain't gonna do that again. I'm a preacher, you gotta bear with me. That I would ever had if this hadn't happened. There are prayer groups that have spawned from this. There are people that are praying for York County. There's people praying for the kids in Fort Mill. There's people praying that we don't kill the kids. So I have a new group of friends in Carolina Orchard. I have renewed a relationship with a lot of folks in Regent Park. And I'm simply going to talk. I tell you what, y'all probably don't know this. But y'all got some fantastic folks working in York County government. Because I have met some of them. Some of them are sitting over there. These ladies have been so helpful. I had no idea what I was doing when I did this, and they walked me through every step of the way. And y'all have some good folks. You know, I got family too, and these are like family. But I'm going to tell you what, I got some cousins. When company comes, we hide. Y'all got some too. There's some people you couldn't reach on the telephone in York County. You couldn't get the FBI to find them. One of them just retired.
So I appreciate it.
I do too.
But
I appreciate him retiring.
For myself,
Yeah.
I need to hear the facts of the reasons why solar manufacturing should not exist in a light industrial zone.
You're absolutely right. You're going to get it before this night's over with. I guarantee you. Promise. If you don't get it, you come to me and we'll spend another hour talking. I understand the procedure is just like it when you first got a computer. It was garbage in, garbage out. If y'all do not get the correct information of somebody applying to come into this county, you can't give them a fair deal if they don't give you all the facts. If they don't tell you all the chemicals. I've been asking for I went down there, knocked on the door, I said, I want to see a MSDS sheet from y'all's company. We don't have any. You mean you're gonna have chemicals and you don't have a MSDS sheet? Every corporation in the United States that handles chemicals has to have them. Where's y'all's? Well, you just have to wait and see. You know, one time there was a woman that stood up about some kind of Obamacare and said you just have to pass it and then wait and see. Is this deja vu all over again? Do we have to pass this to find out what chemicals our kids are getting killed with? Y'all should have knew the MSDS sheet before they ever had a key to the front door. You should have found out who had turned their power on. You should have found out who turned their water on. I have people that own companies that build buildings and they can't do that. This is a Class 2 building. It has 947,000 doors on it. You can't have chemicals in a place like that. It'll blow sky high. I'm going to save that for another guy. It says, oh, here's a good one. I forgot to tell y'all, I'm also the owner and the CEO of Rock Hill Cruisers Car Club. This year, matter of fact, this month, we called the Fort Mill School District to find out how we could pay the kids' lunches that did not have the money to buy their lunch. Do you know that in our school district in Fort Mill, the kids owe $50,000 back lunch money fee? We can't make $50,000, but we're going to make enough money from a car show this month to pay some of it for one school. I heard the other night that there was a $1,500 giveaway.
Yep.
That's chicken feed. Why don't you pay the $50,000 kids' lunch? You know, I'm gonna tell you, I was a sergeant, a master sergeant in the Army, and I'm gonna tell you, I had a saying: I can be bought, but I ain't cheap. If you're gonna buy me off with $1,500, you didn't think I was much anyway, did you? That's all I got to say. My family's been here. My grandson wants to build a house, and if y'all allow them to come, we're gonna have to move. And I hate that, because when I retired out of the military, I expected this to be the last move I ever made. I fought for my country. My ETS date, I went in 1969 when my friends and neighbors said they needed me. My ETS date was 2009. You do the math. May God bless you to make the right decision.
Hold on. Does any member of the board have any questions for Mr. McKenna?
No, can we call him back?
Was it?
Can we call him back?
He will have the option to return at the end of the public hearing. That will be his option.
Hey, you can talk to me. I'm easy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is my
Next will be
co-board.
staff.
Pardon?
Next presentation will be from county staff. Yeah, that's
I'm
the
not
order.
through yet. I'm not through yet. You was asking about the chemicals, and I do not have the education or the ability other than NBC training to tell you. So I put on my application that I was going to have someone speak in my fourth on the chemical part.
He
And
could
his
speak,
name is
he could
Andy
speak
Lyle.
he could speak during the public hearing, but
No,
it's
that's
either
not
the, it's either
the way I did it.
it's either the appellant or your legal representative during this part of the process.
Y'all need to get y'all's duck in a row. When I talked to Emily and them, I said, now, I don't know how to do this chemical talk. I said, did I need somebody to speak them out? She said, no problem. If I misunderstood you, Emily, I apologize. Now, y'all want the truth, or y'all just want some political rules?
He will have the opportunity to speak during the
3
public hearing.
minutes.
We're not going to deny him the opportunity to speak.
For how
He
long?
just can't speak at this moment.
How long is he gonna get to speak?
If he's representing a group, he can have up to 10 minutes.
That won't work. I'll just keep on speaking.
Are we
I
able
like
to make
a
a
good
motion to allow
filibuster.
his colleague to speak, to continue his presentation?
I think it's a legal matter.
I have a question for legal.
So if this is not his legal representative, he cannot speak during this portion. Is that correct? Folks, please.
Please, I understand, but let's maintain order, okay?
Can we make a motion to have him speak?
That is solely within the discretion of the chair, but the practice and custom has always been that it is the appellant who speaks, that is the person who submitted the application, the person who is appealing the decision, who is supposed to come and speak unless they have retained a legal representative to come and speak on their behalf.
It says representative or attorney in the code.
The appellant is before the board from the staff
So-
perspective, Your Honor.
So is this your,
Chair.
Mr. McKinney, is this man here, this
He's
is the one that you wish to
speaking
speak?
for me.
How long will you need to speak?
20, 30 minutes, 20 minutes maybe. I didn't count it.
Okay.
I was told
So I'll tell you what, during the public hearing, I'll give you time to speak.
unlimited.
Can,
I mean, I'll be quick. I have my facts. I love Wally, but I'm not going to ramble.
I'll
Yes, sir.
ramble. Truth will set you free.
I mean, as
Pardon
long
me?
as that doesn't run into any legal ramifications, I would rather work it that way.
So that's within your discretion also, Mr. Chair. If you want to open the public hearing, I believe his name is Mr. Lytle, and have Mr. Lytle speak first at the public hearing, you can do that. And if you want to give him additional time to speak, you certainly can do that.
Once we open the public hearing, he will have additional time to speak.
Will he
So now-
have enough time to speak?
Yes, he will have additional time to speak as the first speaker of the public hearing.
Okay. If not, I'm at the book of Matthew. I can start from there and go all the way through Revelations. I mean, hey, they call me a long-winded
That's just
preacher
fine. So
anyway.
the next order of speaking would be a staff presentation, and then we
Okay,
will enter
that's
the
when I'm
public hearing.
through.
Then we will enter the public hearing.
That's it, you. Oh, I can create, I can sit here and read anything. We can do a filibuster.
No, it's okay.
I ain't shy.
It's okay.
are we able to allow him to speak now?
So we need to move forward with the staff presentation, and then we will open the public hearing.
Good evening, Board. Rachel Grothy, Zoning Administrator with the County Planning Office. So this is Administrative Appeal Case Number Z24-2. So this administrative appeal is regarding a zoning code interpretation dated February 16th, 2024, addressed to Mr. Walter Buchanan regarding various sections of the zoning code related to industrial uses. So one thing to note about this appeal that may be different from past cases is that it's not attached to or related to any specific piece of property, nor is it related to any specific business. And also another important thing to note is that the matter before the board is not a variance, nor is it a rezoning. It is an administrative appeal. So the appellant requests that the board reverse staff's interpretation and determine solar panel manufacturing be considered heavy industrial and not permitted in the light industrial district. So we'll go over some pertinent facts. The appellant submitted an interpretation seeking clarification on the zoning districts that permit solar panel manufacturing facilities. So staff provided an interpretation letter on February 16th of this year. So this interpretation and the content therein is the exclusive subject of this appeal. The zoning code does have a pretty comprehensive use table with approximately 175 different uses listed, ranging from agricultural processing to zoos. But it's impossible to capture every use within a single table. So because of this, staff utilizes additional resources. So one such resource that we utilize is the North American Industry Classification System, or NAICS. This system is commonly used in jurisdictions across the country to help inform and define uses in zoning codes, including York County. NAICS was developed on the principle that businesses that are similar in form and function, or that use similar production processes, should be grouped together. So in fact, the uses defined in the zoning code are heavily informed by NAICS, and we'll get into that in greater detail in a couple of slides. So the use determination exercise that staff went through when this application was submitted, and really any determination that is submitted to our office, is, staff goes through the exercise of reviewing all of the uses that are listed in the York County use table. So we find that there may not be a distinct use category that is specifically called solar panel manufacturing. So the exercise then becomes, is it possible that solar panel manufacturing might fall under one of the other listed manufactured uses? Staff then goes through the exercise of looking up manufacturing uses that are defined in the code and also listed in the NAICS database. So in the case of solar panel manufacturing and how it relates to NAICS, we find that solar panel manufacturing is computer and electronic products manufacturing. So in the next couple of slides, just stick with me on this, we'll go through NAICS and see how this conclusion was reached. So NAICS is organized into a ladder system, if you will, which becomes more refined on the type of economic activity described with each step that you go down the ladder. And this sort of illustrates that. Solar panel manufacturing is grouped in NAICS under National Industry 334413, semiconductor and related device manufacturing, which includes fuel cells, semiconductors, microprocessors, which are computers, photovoltaic cells and devices, silicon wafers and solar cells, among other related products manufactured by such businesses. 334413, semiconductor and related device manufacturing, is an industry under the 334 computer and electronic products manufacturing NAICS subsector. So one thing that I want to point out in this slide is the text that you see that's in red. Both the zoning code and the NAICS use the exact same language, computer and electronic product manufacturing. So if we follow the NAICS ladder to the bottom rung, we end up at national industry, which is the table we're looking at here. National industry 334413. I know this is all pretty technical, and the numbers aren't fun. So looking carefully at the 34 uses or so, we'll find that fuel cells and photovoltaic cells, or solar panel, manufacturing is classified as semiconductor and related device manufacturing, 334413, the name of the table. So you follow the ladder up 3 rungs, and we land in NAICS subsector 33.4, computer and electronic product manufacturing. The same is true for all the other manufacturing uses on this table. When you really drill down to it, all the uses on this table are computer and electronic product manufacturing. So we've talked a good bit about how NAICS directly informs the uses in the zoning code, and this table is a really great illustration of that. So we have the York County zoning district, or York County defined uses there on the left, and NAIC manufacturing on the right. So I know the appellant made mention that the zoning code does not specifically state that it references NAICS. So in looking at the comparison of these 2 columns, I hope it is as abundantly clear to y'all as it is to me that the commonalities between the 2 are not coincidental. The defined terms and the subsectors are verbatim. This is by design. Again, this goes back to the impossibility that the zoning code, or any zoning code for that matter, could be an exhaustive document. There are millions of different kinds of products that are manufactured, and it would be impractical to define every single product as its own unique type of manufacturing use in the zoning code. Not to mention it would, be a nightmare to navigate and read.
And Mr. Chairman, Jonathan Bueno, York County Planning Director, I'll just add here, it may be helpful as an illustrative exercise to talk about some of the manufacturers that are already located in York County and where they fall on this list, because the list of uses, the manufacturing uses in the zoning code, they're more or less buckets. And so whatever widget that you are manufacturing, it falls into one of the buckets in the code. So our exercise is determining which bucket is most appropriate, and that determines which district that use is allowed in. So for example, some of the manufacturers that are already here produce circuit boards. So there's nothing in the code that says circuit board manufacturing, just as there's no defined term in the code that says solar panel manufacturing. But that doesn't mean it's not allowed. It falls under the computer and electronic product manufacturing use also. We have a manufacturer that makes doors and windows. So depending on whether that's made out of wood or metal, determines whether it's a wood product manufacturing or fabricated metal manufacturing. Both of those are NAICS subsectors and zoning code definitions. We also have a manufacturer that makes adhesive coating. So there's nothing that says adhesive coating manufacturer, right? It's chemical manufacturing. We have folks that make cutting tools in the county. There's no cutting tool manufacturing, it's machinery. Injection molding would be plastic and rubber products, and we also have a powder coating manufacturer, which is also fabricated metal. So this is all by design, and these are simply the buckets so that we don't have, as Rachel mentioned, umpteen thousand different types of widgets as its own individual defined use in the code. So these are the buckets that they fall into.
So can I ask a question,
Sure.
interrupt your presentation?
Sure.
But so there is a section of code that says that use is not stated or prohibited.
That's correct.
So at what point is that portion of the code applied?
That's a good question. I would think that we would ask someone to go through this exercise, to apply for a use determination, because nothing makes me more nervous than giving answers off the cuff. And we would go through this exercise of going through the code, seeing, if it could fit anywhere, and then going through NAICS and seeing if it fits anywhere in there. And if at that point there's nowhere that it fits, then it's prohibited.
Can you think of any examples maybe where that had happened? This seems to be a pretty comprehensive list to me, the
Sure.
NAICS.
Yeah, and so that unlisted uses goes beyond manufacturing. So we have folks that come to us all the time, and they describe sometimes off-the-wall types of uses. So I want to have a business where you come in and it's a petting zoo, and then at the end of the day, when you're done petting the animal, you say, I want that one, and then they will serve it for dinner.
Yep.
That is not a defined use in our code,
Yep.
so that would not be permitted.
Yep.
So as long as during the course of
Yeah.
our research, we find that there is either the use is explicitly defined in the code, or it is captured through one of the manufacturing subsectors. If we're talking about specifically manufacturing, then the use is permitted. Now, if we go through this exercise on manufacturing, for example, and there's a new technology, it's an emerging technology, it's not been defined by NAICS, it's not captured anywhere, then that would truly be new, and we wouldn't have anywhere that's allowed in the code, and therefore, if that were to be allowed, York County Council would have to amend the code to allow it specifically. But here with solar panels, it's clearly captured in computer and electronic products manufacturing through the NAICS system. It's a classification system, very similar to zoning, and that's why zoning uses it to organize uses as well.
So maybe you should continue, and I should just hold my
Sure.
questions for a little bit.
Okay. I did forget about that petting zoo one. That really was something that someone brought up and asked if they could do. So another thing that was addressed in the appeal were the performance standards. The performance standards section of the code is intended to protect the public health by regulating the emission or existence of dangerous and objectionable environmental elements. So these standards, they apply as long as the emitting land uses are in existence. So these uses must perform according to the expected standard. The performance standards do not outright ban any emission of noise, radiation, fumes, anything else on that list, nor do they preclude any specific uses, materials, or operations from locating in the county. Rather, the standards are implemented through substantiated evidence of a breach of performance evaluated in terms of the controlling state or federal standard that are set for any particular emission. So before y'all move into making your decision, the appellant's request for solar panel manufacturing to be considered heavy industrial is not within the board's power to grant. It's not possible for y'all to determine that a use not be allowed specifically in LI, light industrial, without a text amendment to the zoning code. And text amendments, that's done by county council, and it goes to planning commission first, with planning commission making a recommendation. So in terms of decision, so based on the hearing, the board may reverse or affirm wholly or in part, or may modify the order, requirement, decision, or determination, and has all the powers of the officer from whom the appeal is taken to issue or direct the issuance of a permit. The board must issue a written decision within 45 days of the hearing. So staff's recommendation in all of this is that the board affirm the zoning administrator's interpretation dated February 16th, 2024, regarding the various sections related to uses permitted in the LI district. And then, so we have sort of 3 decision options, and I wanted to lay this out to make it really clear and sort of easy for y'all to see. So the first being affirm the zoning administrator's decision, which is staff's recommendation. The second being determine that staff erred in determining that solar panel manufacturing is a category of computer and electronic products manufacturing. And the third is if the board cannot find another suitable classification or definition, then determine that solar panel manufacturing does not meet any defined use in the code and is therefore prohibited.
So can you back up, I don't know, probably about 4 or 5 slides?
I'm sorry?
Can you back up a few slides?
Yeah, tell me
Keep going
when.
back a couple questions. And one more forward, the performance standards.
Yes, sir.
So this standard, it seems to me, is very ambiguous. Because when the standard says that this emissions, does the county have any way to actually monitor any of this? Isn't that more of a DHEC purview?
That is a DHEC purview.
So my understanding would be this would be a general statement of a general understanding of a general manufacturing category.
That's correct.
Nothing specific regarding, odor and fumes and such things that the county can't really measure anyway.
That's correct.
If you go one more forward, actually, I believe on the next slide you'd already answered that question later on, so, yeah, you did.
Okay.
So is that all of your presentation? Are you ready for questions?
Yeah.
Any member of the board have further questions for staff? While we wait, I have one more.
Sure.
The NAICS, can you explain, is the purpose for NAICS to kind of give because it's North American, that's the first 2 words, right? So is it the purpose to provide that standard for zoning administrators across the country, or was it created for a different purpose and is being just kind of used for that classification system?
So, as I understand it, it was created more so for, so I can tell you.
So it was created by
Thank you.
the U.S. Bureau of Labor. So they use it to, in partnership with our North American partners, categorize all the different uses so they can track economic data. So it's simply a categorization system. That's all it was designed to do. And because zoning codes are so, the uses are category-based, that's why a lot of jurisdictions like York County bases their code on that system, especially when it comes to manufacturing. There are some other types of uses that have that same relationship with NAICS, but it's most helpful for manufacturing because there are infinite widgets that you could produce, and you don't want your zoning code to be 7,000 pages long. You want to have, and some jurisdictions will just be as broad as light industrial, heavy industrial as a use itself. In York County, we're much more specific than that because there are some uses that are allowed in light industrial and some that are allowed in urban development, some that are allowed in industrial, some that are allowed in rural industrial. So by separating them out, you can distinguish the types of manufacturing and the impacts that they are likely to provide on the neighboring properties to some degree. Now, you don't want to say, well, there's going to be a very big difference between producing a diode and producing a solar panel. They are very like processes, and that's why they're categorized that way by NAICS, and that's why they are lumped together in the zoning code as the same type of manufacturing.
So are you familiar with any other solar power manufacturing facilities and how they are classified using NAICS around the country? I realize solar panel manufacturing is like 99% in China, but the 1% that might exist in the United States.
Yeah, we don't look into other jurisdictions and how they classify via NAICS. We look at York County because we apply the York County standard.
I mean, I can say anecdotally, the other places that I have worked, that this is what we have used.
NAICS.
Yes,
Okay.
I can say that.
And other jurisdictions will be quite overt, and as we do reference NAICS in our code, and they'll add it into their code. Some, like York County, we have that same exact phraseology for the different subsectors, and others will add the NAICS subsector references directly in the code as well.
Any questions?
In that code, I guess I'd ask too, is to your point,
Are you
there's
speaking to your mic, please?
to that code. Does anybody hear me? I'm usually pretty loud. To that point, there are different manufacturing, procedures, some of which are similar if you're making a motor or if you're making a diode, right? There's some of those things that are the same. I guess my question is, and I don't know the NAICS totally, but you were referencing some of that. Is there some relationship to how you categorize something based on the amount of waste that it produces? Is there any of that on the quantity or type?
No, sir.
Do y'all have any other questions for staff?
No questions?
I don't have any.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then you do, if you want to, sort of keep perusing these, there are attachments in your packets.
Okay, so we will now open the public hearing section. So we're gonna kind of jump the order just a little bit, but after our first speaker, again, you'll receive 3 minutes to speak, and I have a list here. I'll apologize in advance for hard to pronounce names and poor handwriting. I'll do my best, but I cannot make any promises, so if you come forward, state your name and address, please.
My name is Andy Lytle, 517 Cuxhaven Court, Fort Mill, South Carolina. If you guys don't mind, hold the applause. I'm going to do better speaking in silence. I appreciate everybody being here. I understand we got full rooms. But let's get through this quickly as possible. Okay. Somebody might have to show me how to work the slide. Is my slides are behind these slides?
Hang on just a second.
Okay. I can probably go ahead and start just to save some time while they're getting the slides together.
Well, and I'm sorry, Mr. Lytle, to interrupt. I didn't know, Mr. Chair, were you going to give Mr. Lytle a time frame just so? No. Just so if you do that, that he would be able to have a warning, I guess, when it was 5 minutes left or something? Just in the event you're going to give him a time frame, I think that would be helpful to him also.
I believe you had said you could make your presentation in 20 minutes.
I'm going to do my best, sir, yes.
All right. Appreciate that.
So I printed right before I came, page 3 of the zoning code, subchapter A, introduction, contains basic information on the purpose of the zoning code. It sets the stage, don't really know what that means, for the remainder of the document. Subchapter B, zoning districts, which is relevant to the discussion because it lists the purpose statements. Subchapter C also is where the use tables are found. So most of what I saw, the way I interpret it, and we're disagreeing with the interpretation of staff, you basically have a framework or a boundary or fences around decisions. Subchapter A on this page 3 where it says sets the stage, I'm imagining that's a big fence. Everything you decide in the zoning code from the regulations would have to stay within those fences. And then when you get to subchapter B, the performance, or excuse me, where it shows the districts, the separate districts. Are those my slides? Yes. Okay. Okay. So let me back up and run through this real quick. There's a lot of misinformation out there. We got the information on the air pollution from the DHEC application that is publicly available on DHEC's website. That's the title page. It's a construction air permit. When you have a facility that is going to pollute, you have to get permission to pollute. You get that permission from DHEC, and that's what they've done. They did a construction air permit application. And all these next few slides come from this application. They do a computer model, DHEC does a computer model to estimate the amount of air pollution. They consider an area that is affected enough significantly that they want to add it into the computer model. It's a 1,500 meter, what they call property buffer. You can see it in the bottom right corner. However, they say they don't actually mean property buffer. But all of those dots inside of that area are considered receptors. The computer calculates the amount of pollution in each receptor, and it totals the amount to give you the total amount of pollution, and we'll get into that. Then if they're over a certain amount, the computer model will go back and look at each individual receptor to find the maximum concentration. At what spot is it worst? What I want you to notice to relate it back to the zoning code, when we get into the zoning code, is DHEC looks at the property line. Okay, you see all the receptors around the property. I got a little, oh, you got to zoom in. Okay, so the dots around the property, if I can turn on my little pointer. are at the property line. Those are 50 meters apart per DHEC requirements. And then once you get past the property line, the dots are, the receptors they call them, are 100 meters apart. So you have approximately 15 dots away from, sorry, wrong button. You got about 15 dots in all directions for 1,500 meters away from the property line. This is going to be relevant to part of your code when we get to the performance statements, because DHEC is calculating and monitoring the pollution at the property line and beyond within this 1,500 meter, what they call property buffer. One of the charts out of this same application, it's just a summary. I picked one of the charts just to try to give you a quick summary of the pollution. On the left-hand side, you see the source. They're doing two types of manufacturing. They're doing modular manufacturing. They're doing solar cell manufacturing. Both of those are listed in the left-hand column. They're doing modular manufacturing in Washington State. From what we understand, they've never done solar cell manufacturing before. This will be the first time. They're going to do that in South Carolina. We asked DHEC, have you ever had a solar company in South Carolina? And they hung their head and said, no, this is the first one. So we're doing an experiment on solar cell manufacturing. I just want to point out the differences in the pollution. Modular manufacturing, if you go across, I've got in red 73.595. That's the total of those first four lines. Those are VOCs, volatile organic compounds. My understanding is they have a carbon atom in them, and they are hard to dissolve in water, so they're separated as a VOC. The total amount for modular manufacturing, estimated from the computer program, would be close to 74 tons per year. You jump down on the VOCs, you get some more VOCs from the cell manufacturing. So down, I have an underlined under 99.9, you got a total of 99.9 tons per year of VOCs with all the operations going. And this would be for them working 3 shifts, 24/7, like they're planning. That's how DHEC does it. They want to know what your full potential is. Jump over to HAPs and TAPs. You get these not from modular manufacturing. You get this from the solar cell part, the part that we're doing for the first time. You've got hydrofluoric, that's the HF. Hydrofluoric acid is the liquid form. Hydrogen fluoride is the gas that comes from it. They're both HF, so we just refer to it as HF. You also have hydrochloric emissions and a little bit of toluene emissions. They don't have very much of that. You can see that's in their lab. The main thing that is the most concerning is clouded in red, which is basically the totals of hydrofluoric and hydrochloric. The VOC emissions basically are measured in parts per million. The TAPs, toxic air pollutants, which are the hydrofluoric and hydrochloric, are measured in parts per billion. They're 1,000 times more dangerous, ballpark, just by the way they're measured. This chart showed the amount of truckloads per year. It's just the full chart and then a blow up at the bottom. The hydrochloric, they've got 2 tanks at 5,280 gallons each. The turnovers per year, meaning truckloads per year, 39 each. The hydrofluoric acid, 79.25 each. So almost 16,000 gallons of hydrofluoric acid. They're turning it over 49 truckloads per year each tank. So those totals are close to 3 days, 3.5 days per week. And there are other chemicals also, so there would be, close to one truckload a day, we're guessing. Most of them are shown right here. Only thing I want to add to this, the hydrofluoric is a Category 3 air pollutant. The DHEC definition for Category 3 air pollutant is those pollutants which can cause chronic effects resulting in death or permanent injury after very short exposure to small amounts. There are only 3 categories of toxic air pollutants by DHEC. It's 1, 2, and 3. Low toxicity, medium toxicity, high toxicity. Hydrofluoric is Category 3. It's high toxicity. I just quoted you the definition. Can cause death or permanent injury if exposed to very small amounts for a short time. Very short exposure to small amounts is how it's defined. So the next thing we got from DHEC, of course, they had a public hearing. We all asked a bunch of questions. A bunch of people showed up there also. They answered all these questions. This is from their answers. We questioned the data that they used to do the estimates of the pollution. But in their answers, I've got highlighted in yellow the note. The facility increased the proposed stack height for the acid scrubber stack from 19.7 feet to 70 feet, subsequent to the analysis summarized above. I don't think I really need to go through all of this analysis. I'm just trying to give you an idea of the air pollution, the dangers, the hazards, so you can consider it as it relates to the zoning code. But they're stating there that they would have a acid scrubber stack, and I know word got out that it was a smokestack. That may not be the proper term. That might just be the Southern Boy term, but DHEC calls it an acid scrubber stack, and it will be 70 feet tall. The hydrofluoric, I've already mentioned, Category 3, they are at an 85 percentile of concentration. The only analogy I would make there is when we get our water report yearly from our water supplier here, it has impurity information, so we can read it and know if there's impurities in our water. I think those standards are pretty much, if you get to 50%, the water department's embarrassed and they want the numbers to be much lower than that. The 85% percentile of concentration is very scary because these are estimates and it can go up or down. We haven't even talked about the possibility of an accidental release. This is 24/7 pollution right here, just in normal operation. Blow up of what I already read to you, the 70-foot stack. Okay, this right here was information about the stack originally, when it was 19.7 foot tall. I want you to see the exit velocity. The fumes coming out of this stack will come out at a rate of 90 feet per second. The diameter is 1.5 feet. This slide's from the emergency response guide that the fire department uses when they go onto a scene. They see the little triangles, they see the numbers, they can look up the number to see what it is that's there so they can approach the danger properly. Silane is on page 116 in the emergency response guide. Silane, there was some misinformation in the original DHEC application that said they were going to have 22,900 and some gallon tank. That was a mistake in the DHEC response. They clarified it, and we asked the question. It was in pound. The 22,000 was in pounds because silane is needs to be compressed and not exposed to the atmosphere. So we said, well, can you convert the 22,000 pounds? And that got converted for us to 4,400 gallons. I have that here. I think I can hand it out to you. But what you need to know about silane, they have 4,400 gallons of it. Silane will ignite spontaneously in air. This is why it has to be contained. You don't want the fumes coming out. It would explode. It's very dangerous. On this same emergency response guide, in case of a fire, the fire department would evacuate 1 mile in all directions. So it's a very dangerous chemical. 4,400 gallons of it on site. Okay, so last thing, as far as just the summary of the chemicals that are there, this is from Center Disease Control, showing hydrofluoric acid. Well, I've got the two things highlighted in yellow, and there they are blown up. Hydrogen fluoride gas, even at low levels, can irritate the eyes. I highlighted the word irritate because we're going to see that in your zoning code. And obviously, at high levels, if there was an accident, it can cause death. That's the rest of the CDC. Okay, now we're to the York County Zoning Code. The reason I printed the cover page is because on the cover page there are, and the page might have got cut off, but there was actually another date on there in July.
July 17th.
Silfat, well, the owner of the building, somebody, we're not sure who, let me hand you, can I hand you these pieces of paper real quick? There's 3 pieces of paper here. Go through all 3 of them quickly.
Thank you.
Mr. Lytle, if you have an extra one, can you hand it to Emily over there? And I'll certainly take one if you have 2 extra ones. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So flip to the second page, please. It's a York County letterhead. I've got highlighted there, electrical equipment, appliance, and component manufacturing. It's on there twice. So in the beginning, staff put them in that category, okay? Their presentation shows them in computer category now. I just wanted to point out that it has changed. I don't know that there's anything wrong with that. That could have been a mistake, but it needs to be pointed out that staff didn't know what category to put them in or made a mistake putting them in a category. But the important part on this cover page is the dates. And like I said, there's one missing there. But since this letter was written, December 27th of 2022, there have been 3 text amendments to this code. Okay? April 17th, May 1st, and then the other one that's not listed there is July 17th. Okay? So there was an opportunity 3 times between this letter and now to give a text amendment to the code to clear up this whole thing. It didn't happen. We feel like that there was a desire for the public not to get involved. Now, let me go ahead and flip to the next one. All right. So when I opened, before I had the slides ready, I was talking about the subchapter A. It's really not part of B and C, obviously. It's a separate subchapter. The purpose of it is to set the stage for the remainder of the document. So go back to the fences and the framework. Whatever we decide, looking at the regulations in the code, we can't go in there and interpret it a way that takes us outside of the fences that were given by subchapter A. Subchapter A, the purpose for the zoning code, the whole thing, all in one. Protect, promote, and improve public health. Safety, okay? We go to D. Secure safety from fire, panic, and other dangers. That's a blow up of the same thing. Okay, we're missing one there. There is, okay, I'm sorry. There's one on there that says to protect property from depreciation. I think it's J. Protect neighborhoods from incompatible development, but there's another one on there that says protect property from depreciation. The reason I wanted to point that out is because I think a 70-foot smokestack, we think a 70-foot smokestack in front of the neighborhood, all those neighborhoods in that area, is not going to protect us from depreciation. So if you make a decision inside the zoning code, it's got to be a decision that doesn't take you outside the fences. And the fences are that you're protecting us against depreciation. You're protecting us against incompatible development. You're securing safety from fire, panic, and other dangers near us. We got 4,400 gallons of silane that could explode spontaneously in air. So that's all I have for A. And so now we're going to subchapter B. Okay? Staff's response said that the purpose statements were not regulations in and of themselves. That's quoted in their response. And they put a period there. So I want to read just above where I've got regulatory intent, the sentence starts. The purpose statements are not regulations, just like staff said. But staff said in and of themselves, period. The code says, comma, but rather a summary of the district character and regulatory intent. Here again, we've got fences, a framework, a boundary. If we make a decision within that from the regulations, the purpose statements are not regulations. It says that. But you go to the regulations and you make a decision. The decision cannot take you outside of the boundary set by subchapter A. These have regulatory intent. The intent of the purpose statement is to stay within the regulations. Subchapter B has the word and. You have to be in compliance with the applicable district and the use regulations, both. Staff has only looked at the use table. That's all they've done. I love the staff just like Wally. There's 598 pages to this zoning code. I could have come to the same conclusion as staff by ignoring 597 pages, looking at the use table and trying to figure out what they fit into. Was it the electrical equipment, appliance, and component? Well, no, we changed that to computer because of some NAICS that is not referred to in this part of the code. So I'm going to read the purpose statements because I think they are part of your decision. We don't overlook them because they're not a regulation. They have regulatory intent. They have a framework that contains the regulations. I've got underlined in red that second statement, LI intended to accommodate less intensive industrial uses with operations primarily conducted indoors. I don't think fumes coming out 100 tons per year of VOCs and more toxic on top of that is primarily conducted indoors. The district's less intensive uses protect nearby residential areas from the encroachment of heavy industrial uses. Okay, so right here on this one purpose statement, you have the title light industry, you have the word heavy industrial on one piece of paper. For time's sake, I'm going to save the definition for the end, but when I get to the definition, I'm going to be referring back to this slide because we need to refer to the definition when the words are used in the purpose statement in any part of the code. So the definitions are also part of the framework that we have to stay within. Industrial development, just what caught my eye was this is where you would put something that is not compatible with other non-industrial land uses. So that may be the appropriate place for this use. All right, the use tables. In orange, unlisted uses prohibited, period. There is nothing there that says, oh, when it's not listed, we refer to NAICS. That would require a text amendment. Okay? There was 3 opportunities for a text amendment. They did not happen. We have to go by what's written in the code. Unlisted uses prohibited, period. There is no ambiguity, which the staff said about most of our questions. We agree. There is no ambiguity. There's no way to interpret that any other way. If you want some backup, you have another sentence to enforce it. Any use not listed for an applicable zoning district in the use table is prohibited, period. There is no reference to look at an NAICS. And we have the and thing again on using 2 things, not 1. Okay, so the use table that staff used, we just pulled out the 1 page, the computer and electronic product manufacturing. It is allowed in light industrial. Just coincidentally, at the bottom, you have the electrical equipment appliance and component, which is where it was at first. It's the same thing. It's required in light industrial also. So what difference does it make? I don't think it matters. Neither one says solar panels. We did add in our definitions, which is the next slide, the chemical manufacturing, which by name makes no sense, but we're going to read the definition of that. When we get to definitions. Next, I'm going to go to the performance standards. Okay? Staff says that it is for past tense. It's for when you're already there performing. The code says the purpose of this part is to protect public health, safety, welfare, and quality of life from the potential adverse effects of noise, fire, and explosive hazards, fumes, vapors, and gases. Produced by land uses regulated in this part. So I think there is some regulation there by the performance standard. Now, if you will, the 3 pieces of paper that I handed you, if you'll flip to the 3rd one, it has DHEC at the bottom. I've highlighted a couple of sentences there. This is an email that I got personally from DHEC because I sent them parts of the York County zoning code hoping that they would enforce it. Your recent email, along with comments you submitted in November, mentioned the location of the facility in your community and county ordinances. That's the zoning codes that I sent them. DHEC does not have authority to dictate where a proposed facility may or may not be located, and county zoning ordinance are outside of the department's purview. DHEC does not regulate. If you sent them that performance standard, they'd throw it in the trash. They're looking at property line and beyond, number 1. Number 2, they go by state and federal regulations. They do not go by local zoning codes. So if you depend on DHEC, you've got the same zoning code as Chester County or any other county in South Carolina because DHEC goes by state regulations. Why do you have performance standards in the code if they're there to be ignored? Now, what I want to point out real quick is the performance standards that show emissions at the property line. You can see the noise level. It would be objectionable if the emissions went past the property line. It's in purple. We're going to skip fire and explosive hazard. That goes back to silane, and It's not a propagating thing like air pollution or noise. Radioactive emissions measured at the lot line. Fumes, vapors, gases does not have purple because it doesn't say anything about the lot line. Vibration measured at the lot line. Heat, cold, dampness, movement of air beyond the lot line. Odor, offensive at the lot line. Glare, visible in any residential district, meaning past the lot line into a residential district. Fumes, vapors, and gases does not have that because it is more strict. Again, if you had bad water, you can go to the grocery store and buy bottled water. If there was an emergency because of a hurricane or whatever, we would have organizations bringing us bottled water. Nobody can bring us bottled air. We can't go to the grocery store and buy bottled air. So we have stricter requirements for air for good reason. There is no measured at the lot line or beyond on item C. Take you back to the visual of the DHEC graph that showed all the dots, the receptor area. DHEC measures at the lot line and beyond. York County zoning code for fumes, vapors, and gases measures the air everywhere because, including on the property, which DHEC wouldn't do, because you can't contain air. Air is going to blow over everybody. So they don't even want it, York County doesn't even want it on the property. Unlike the other things, which you can have radiation on the property. It just can't go past the property line. Okay. I think I'm about to wrap it up. Approval criteria. In considering an appeal of an administrative decision, the board shall apply the standards of this chapter, other applicable law, and previous interpretation of this chapter by the board. We asked the county for previous interpretations, and we were told, well, you didn't ask that the first time, so we don't have to answer it. That's okay. We don't want an answer. I think if there was an answer where the county had approved something like this in light industrial, I think they would have shown that this has been done before. I don't know if this has ever been not approved, and we might not know, but what you need to know is that your decision tonight will be the previous interpretation. You will be deciding if a 70-foot smokestack with emissions at a rate of 90 feet per second are allowed in every light industrial district in York County, because you will be making the previous interpretation. And this facility, per DHEC, will have a 70-foot smokestack with emissions at a rate of 90 feet per second. And we really don't have to argue about what's in the emissions. Your decision tonight will be the previous interpretation.
Time remaining?
Okay, just real quick, since I put the definitions at the end, I kept the code slides in order that they're in the code, and the definitions are at the end. So I just want to make these real quick comments. Chemical manufacturing, the only reason we brought that up is, of course, the name doesn't sound like what they're doing. But the definition, a land use category for industrial establishments engaged in the transformation of organic or inorganic raw materials by chemical process in the formulation of product. So if you're considering what they're actually doing, this is probably the best definition you've got. What you need to realize is, back on the use table, chemical manufacturing was only allowed in ID. And if you do look at what they're doing, this definition fits it better than anything else you have. So again, ID may be the better spot. Computer and electronic product manufacturing, again, the definition, unlisted uses are prohibited. It's just that simple. And there's your electrical equipment definition. Neither say solar. So neither on the use table nor the definition say solar cell manufacturer, modular manufacturing, or any of those things. NAICS is not referenced in the code for this purpose. NIACS was created, as they said, for economic tracking. It was not created to determine hazards or dangers or air pollution.
Okay, so let's move on to some questions.
Say it again.
So you gave us a lot of information in the beginning, specifically related to chemical uses at the site. DHEC should have required a public hearing.
They did. That's where we got the information from.
And after that public hearing and after their review, they did decide to issue a permit?
They have decided to issue a permit. We have until May 17th to appeal.
Are you familiar with how widely silane is used in industry, even other than solar manufacturing?
We're getting into now things I don't have documentation on. I'm reluctant to say what I've heard because it's hearsay. And to be fair to both sides, I can tell you what I've heard if you want to hear it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I've heard from someone who's a chemical consultant that Dow Chemical, largest manufacturer in the United States, will not sell silane because it has to be transferred from a tanker truck to a storage tank, and a human has to do that. It's too dangerous. They said most facilities that use pyrophoric chemicals, which silane is a pyrophoric, in the pyrophoric category, would be located in New Orleans or Houston or somewhere like that where they can pipe in the silane. So I'm sure they can buy it somewhere. Somebody probably will take the risk to sell it, and they'll transfer it from a truck to a tank, but Dow won't. Okay.
Anybody else have any questions? None?
I forgot to read the very last page, the definitions of heavy industrial and light industrial, which refer back to that purpose statement. And this is the last slide. Heavy industrial would be ordinarily have greater than average impact on the use and enjoyment of adjacent property in terms of, in our case, fumes, health, safety hazards. Okay? I'm out taking a jog and I'm looking up at a 70-foot smokestack. I think that's going to affect my enjoyment of my neighborhood. Light industrial uses that ordinarily do not create fumes, health, or safety hazards outside of the building or lot. Well, they do. Silfab does in this case. Where the assembly, fabrication, or processing takes place, where the processing is housed entirely within a building. Okay, they're not entirely within the building. Light industrial does not include hazardous material treatment and storage facilities. Okay, so if you go back to the first page of the 3 pages that I got you, we FOIA'd from the Rock Hill Wastewater Department a Silfab pretreatment industrial wastewater survey. Unfortunately, we don't have that document yet, but the fact that they have it, they are sending it to us. It's a Silfab pretreatment industrial wastewater survey. So Silfab is pretreating their wastewater on site before they send it to in the sewer line back to Rock Hill. They are also treating the air pollution. You remember DHEC called it an acid scrubber stack. acid scrubbers treat the hazardous air pollution. They take out 96% of the toxic material. They have to be maintained to operate at that efficiency. So the numbers you saw on those DHEC charts were 4% because the acid scrubbers are scrubbing out 96% of the hazard, the pollution, the toxic air pollution. So they are treating hazardous material on site, both in air and in water. And it says plainly in the definition, which again is part of your fences and your boundaries, that you have to stay within. You can't go directly to a regulation and pull it out and say the other things are not regulations. They're the fences and the boundaries that contain the regulations. The regulations, decisions of the interpretation have to stay within these boundaries. They're written here for a reason. So, thank you very much. I hope I did that.
So can you stay at the podium, please? Can you return to the podium, please? I believe we do have questions.
I just had a quick question about what the implications are of them adding an additional 50 feet to the acid scrubber stack. Yeah.
To be honest with you, it's more safe. The higher you pump that stuff into the air, the more it dissipates before it comes back down. So you want it to travel as far as you can get it to travel before it gets to anybody. So I'm sure DHEC, they got together and ran the numbers again and decided we're going to raise this to 70 feet. Maybe that'll help. But we go back to depreciation of our property. I mean, the performance standards, I mean, any of it, whether it's 19.7 or 70 feet, it's coming out at a rate of 90 feet per second, 24/7. It's just, if you imagined in your mind, if I could paint a picture in your mind and you had a blank canvas in your mind, and I said, heavy industrial factory, what picture would you have in your head? Most likely, you would have a picture with smokestacks. It's heavy industrial.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So as we continue to try to make this maybe a little easier, I'm going to call 3 names at a time so that speakers 2 and 3 can prepare themselves, and if they're outside of this room, they have time to get here. When you come, remember, name and address for the record. We will hold you to 3 minutes. Staff is keeping time, so if you would look to your left, you will get your time warning. And at 3 minutes, we will ask you to stop speaking. So, first 3 names are Dave Wilburn, Kevin Harris, and Donna Forrester.
Shall I begin?
You can begin.
Can you hear me? My name's Dave Wilburn, 222 Cowboy Circle, Rock Hill, South Carolina. So the proposed SILFAP facility is located in a light industrial zoned area on Logistics Lane. Light industrial is defined by York County as the intent of light industrial district is to create and protect industrial areas for light manufacturing and distribution. LI is intended to accommodate less intensive industrial uses with operations primarily conducted indoors. The district's less intensive uses protect nearby residential areas from the encroachment of heavy industrial uses. Whenever possible, this district should be separate from residential districts by neutral, natural, or structural boundaries such as drainage channels, sharp breaks in topography, strips of vegetation, traffic arteries, and similar features. Breaking that down, the first criteria is that operations are primarily conducted indoors, as SILFAB has designed 3 dedicated clean room cells for the work, all within the confines of the existing concrete structure. All storage tanks for industrial use will be housed indoors in an adjoining building with appropriate setbacks from property lines per zoning requirements. All processed gases will be contained in cylinder trailers located on concrete pads with specially designed transfer equipment that delivers gases to the tools in closed-loop, sealed piping, and processing chambers. Separation of the building from surrounding areas exceeds the criteria of natural boundaries and setbacks, currently 30 feet from major roads and 25 feet from minor roads. So what is this zoning meeting really about? We once again heard absurdly exaggerated claims about toxic emissions and dangerous chemicals being promulgated by those opposed to this approved use of an existing facility at Logistics Lane. The fears regarding the risks of the facility are clearly the underlying concern. This is very similar to my experience when attempting to build new power generating plants. For those of you that do not know, I spent my entire 50-year career installing and servicing electric power generation plants. With coal-fired and natural gas-fired power plants, the requirements to meet air quality standards are critical to approving all new plants. No new coal-fired power plants have been built since the Obama administration enacted stringent EPA regulations that restricted carbon dioxide emissions to levels only achievable by natural gas-fired combined cycle plants. To meet the new EPA requirements, combined cycle plants were the only option forward. As a point of clarification, combined cycle refers to capturing the heat energy from the natural gas-fired combustion turbine and generating steam with that energy to then drive a steam turbine generator for additional electricity.
So that's time. Folks, please.
It results in energy conversion
So
efficiency.
we need to wrap it up. Time has expired.
As I stated when I last spoke about the facts of the proposed SILFAP site, having dealt with DHEC, OSHA, and EPA in my power generation career, I'm highly confident in these organizations' commitment to air quality and health. They have the
Thank you.
power to
Sir.
enact fines and shut down.
Sir, the time has expired?
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Kevin Harris? Folks, please.
Kevin left.
Is Kevin Harris not present?
Kevin Harris left. I'm Donna Forrester, 3328 Summersong Lane in the Carolina Orchards. I'm from New York. I'm only here 5 years. Never expected to be here tonight. Never expected to speak when I heard about this, but I said, this is my neighborhood. I have grandchildren in Pineville. I cannot even believe that you're considering rezoning, that you're considering putting heavy industrial, because an 80-foot stack is heavy industrial. South Carolina is pretty big, isn't it? It's got a lot of land. Why in the world would you put it in our backyard? It's a bedroom community. But nobody mentioned there's 2 schools that are going to be constructed at the same time. What's going to happen at recess if there's a little leak? Are the kids going to play in the water? This is no joke. You have a very tough job tonight, and I hope that you really did your homework. Like some of these people came up before me, they really had all the facts and figures. All I know is that it's going to pollute the air, and we would have to be evacuated in an accident. And haven't we learned all across the country, contamination of water? Heavy industrial should be in an industrial area. I will not take up any more time. Thank you very much.
So the next 3, and again, if you will keep the applause down, we can all go home sooner. Next 3, Julie Durham, Carrie Bishop, Steve Chase. Can they, surely they can hear us upstairs.
Yes.
So we'll come back if they, A lot of people moving around.
Good evening. My name is Julie Darm. I live at 2929 Huckleberry Hill.
Please speak directly into the microphone, please.
It's just too short. Julie Durham, 2929 Huckleberry Hill, Fort Mill. Thank you. I've been listening to everyone tonight, and so now, having listened, what I have to say probably is a moot point, because I think everything Mr. Lytle said already points to the fact that you did not go by regulations. So I heard about the categorization, it seems like you fit it into something that it did not fit into, and I don't mean this in an accusatory way, but it does not sound like this is light industrial, obviously, and it sounds like it is a manufacturing plant that will cause great harm to children, possibly residents, nature, and Fort Mill I feel like, is being raped. I feel like it is being taken advantage of, a little town. I think your county council obviously does not have our health and welfare as their main concern. I don't know why this has happened. I feel like someone maybe in Columbia, had a great push for this to happen, to brag about it, whatever. There aren't solar companies like this anywhere in South Carolina. Why isn't it in Canada? Why don't they build one in Canada? Why is it here? Or Washington State? I'm just unsure about this now. But I am asking you to be courageous tonight. Be judicious. Act on behalf of the citizens and children of Fort Mill. It seems that this company changed the terms of their work, the circumstances of their work, and they are going to cause deadly environmental impact and great problems economically to those of us that live there. I beg of you to prove and understand that they have already lied to you, maybe, and are continuing to lie about what they're going to do. There's no amount of money for a project that gives minimal wage. Even the people in there may be harmed that work there, and toxic fallout that may occur. So please don't allow this to happen. I once kidded about writing a book or an editorial about the annihilation of a small town. And that's what I feel like is happening in Fort Mill, South Carolina, the sweetest town I've ever known. Ann Close would be mortified to see what is happening here. Why are we begging you to pay attention? Why? Why are you talking about widgets and how it fits into something? This is not light industrial, it's obvious, and I have to give credit to Mr. Lytle. He did a great job, and he was very factual. Why didn't you already know some of these things? I don't want to accuse you because it's a hard job what you do. I could not do it. But please, please, don't make this become something that's going to get bigger than you might expect it to become. Thank you.
Is Carrie Bishop?
Carrie Bishop, 1851 Bonnery Drive.
Into the microphone, please, we can't hear you.
1851 Bonnery Drive, Rock Hill, South Carolina. I just wanted to say that SoFab does not want to be in Canada because they can get away with more emissions from their modular section here than they can over in Canada. Canada didn't even want Robert Kraft, who owns the paper mill, that's already poisoning a 30-mile radius, because of his actions over there. So now SoFab wants to come here because they can get away with more. SoFab wants to come here because they can get away with more than they can in Canada. That's why. That is why. Now, I'm going to be respectful because I've never had a problem with this board, but this is what you all do. You push it off on each other. You push it off on county ordinance. They push it off on DHEC. They push it off on this. They push it off on that. Where do our tax dollars go? Are you giving them to these companies to come here because it's not to do what's best for us? I don't understand, and I guess we're asking for better. That's it.
Is Steve Chase present? The next three, Robert Larkin, Melanie Lee, and Paula Long. So if any of them do appear, we'll circle back. Okay.
Melanie Lee. I live in the Reserve. I hate public speaking, and this is the last thing I wanted to do on my Thursday night, but I felt you should all look in the eyes of a mom that you're doing this to. I am a stone's throw from this. This directly impacts my twins, 6-year-olds, and I moved here specifically for these school systems, and I'm going to specifically move away from here because of this. I am privileged in the fact that I can do that, but I stand here on behalf of all of the moms that won't. So I know it's hard to admit when you've made a mistake, but I implore you to use logic that you've learned tonight, if not known before, and know that we can forgive a mistake tonight. But if you don't make the right decision and you're on the wrong side of this decision, it will follow you for the rest of your life. Thank you.
All right, the next three are Brian Grayson, Michael Lee, and Maria Meyer.
Maria Meyer, 3143 Haddon Hall Boulevard, Fort Mill, South Carolina. Good evening, York County Board members. My name is Maria Meyer. I'm a Regent Park resident and a 7th grade student at Springfield Middle School. I'm here to speak for the kids of Fort Mill. We love our town, we want to stay in our town, and we don't want to be poisoned or possibly die. I'm a typical 13-year-old teenager living in this town. We love Carowinds, the Greenway, outdoor sporting events, mini golf, strawberry picking, and just hanging outside with friends. We love doing all this here. My parents informed me that if SILFAB rezoning passes, we will be moving, and not just to a nearby town. They want me far away from Fort Mill to keep me safe, us safe. Do you have any idea how that makes a 7th grader feel? I'll be leaving all my friends, favorite restaurants, shops, activity places, and even some nearby family. I'll leave my home that I've been in since birth. My parents will have to find new jobs and a new home. When my mom picked me up from school today, I normally say hello and immediately tell her about my day. Today I said, I'm so nervous what's going to happen at this rezoning meeting. I'm scared. This should be the last thing on a 13-year-old kid's mind. I thought I was going to have to leave all my friends behind, but it turns out after talking to many friends and teachers, they will be moving out of Fort Mill too. What kind of impact do you think this will have on the school district? The #1 school district in the state. Every single student in my classes and my teachers are devastated and petrified at the thought of possibly leaving our wonderful town. I couldn't wait to go to Nation Ford High School in a few years. When I went to Carolina Kids Preschool, it was the start of my Fort Mill friendships. The parents all laughed that my preschool class would not all be together again until high school since we all went to different elementary schools. Now in 2 short years, we're all going to be reunited at NAFO. If you pass SOFAB, this won't happen. I'll be starting over in a new school with strangers, and that makes me an emotional wreck. I'm a competitive dancer, and I'll leave my studio behind as well. My friends will leave their Fort Mill sports teams too. This town means more to these kids here tonight.
1 minute, Mr. Chair.
This time.
Oh, it's time.
Thank you.
She has 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay, I'm sorry. 1 minute.
This town means more to these kids tonight than any one of you could possibly imagine. For most of us, this town has seen our first words, our first steps, our first birthday, our first day of school, and all the other firsts that we hold so near and dear to our hearts. The pictures on our phone capture only a tiny part of why we love it here so much. There's more to this town than what you can hear about. It's our life. I'm just a kid, and I think it's pretty common sense that you don't put a company like Silfab next to schools and homes that could explode just a few feet away. Will this town be here forever? I doubt it. But my family has been here for 22 years, and we don't plan on leaving anytime soon. Members of the Rezoning Council, I'm asking you to consider the children in this town and understand the heartache, stress, anger, sadness, and most importantly, danger you are causing this community. I want you to know that the decision that you make here tonight will affect the people of York County and the boys and girls of this community just like
Town.
Brian Graken, 370 Mount Sideway in Fort Mill. What's germane to this discussion, though, is a little bit about my background. I'm a chemical engineer. I worked 30 years for DuPont, including 10 years in chemical manufacturing facilities. I've been in facilities where we manufactured hydrogen cyanide, take a whiff and you're dead. I've been in facilities where we used metallic sodium, hit it with water and it explodes. I understand safety concerns, and so my main concern is performance standards. What do we know about Silfad's history meeting performance standards? What do we know about the design of this 90-foot scrubber stack that they're going to put in place and the engineering firm that's designing it? What do we know about their history successfully designing these? What do we know about their standard operating conditions, their standard operating procedures, their minimum maintenance requirements? What do we know about their success? By the way, 90 feet per second coming out of that stack is 60 miles an hour winds. That's just this side of hurricane force winds blowing dangerous chemicals into the air every minute of every day. So I'm concerned about, without that information, and I don't know if DHEC has gone into that information or not, that we don't have adequate guarantees that the performance standards are going to be met. And how are we going to find out when they're not met? Is it going to be people in hospitals, people in funeral homes? Has anybody asked Silfab to set aside the billions of dollars that are going to be required to satisfy all the wrongful death suits and all the illness suits? I worry that someday historians will look back at these days and they'll say, I remember the Carolinas. North Carolina had Camp Lejeune, South Carolina had Silfab.
Hello, my name is Michael Lee. I'm at 3108 Highgate Drive, which is in Regent Park. In my day job, I am a risk manager, and I look at risks like what happens when companies go out of business or when they close plants. And in this case, like what Silfab did in Bellingham, Washington, what happens if they close? If a light industrial area closes, we clean up some stuff. We throw away doors, windows, metal, we recycle it. Who is going to take care of that if and when they close? We know there's heavy pressure from China on the cost side for solar panels. If they cannot maintain a profit, they have no reason to remain. They will close this, and we're going to have another conversation what we're going to do to clean it up. Thank you.
All right, the next three are Kelly Baite, Joe Caspin, and James Bowden.
I'm James Bowden on 934 Hickory Stick Drive, and there's two others before me, so I see them here now. No problem. Right ahead.
Please.
Okay, so I stand before you. I am a member of Regent Park HOA. I'm a member, and I don't come to speak for Regent Park Homeowners Association. I come to speak as residents of Regent Park. So this is what I have to say, is I too work for probably that same power generation company that you spoke about, but I worked in transmission operations. And I do know that we learned a lot of things from history. History like finding out that PCB, asbestos, and other bad chemicals were bad, and we found out years and years later. And the price we paid with that was death and sickness. So I say to you that can we take that same chance with children. Have CFAB built in an area where it's right beside a school. Can we look back at that in 10 years later or 30 years later and see that it was a bad decision to make? So I urge you all to look at this process now and look at CFAB and to make sure that we are making right decision and then vote no about building it right beside our schools. Thank you very much.
My name is Kelly Beatty. I live at 240 Lockstone Street in Fort Mill. I am a Regent Park resident. I live very close to the proposed factory and plant. This is my daughter, Caitlin. Obviously, I'm a mom. I'm also a business owner of 13 years in York County. I own Baxter Veterinary Clinic. And when I moved to Fort Mill back in 2011, the reasons I moved here is because I thought it would be a great place to start a business, raise a family. I loved the Greenway. That was one of the biggest features that really drew me to the area. In fact, I love it so much that I have a part-time job there teaching horseback riding lessons to kids in my free time when I'm not being a vet. And it was actually there when I was teaching lessons this week that one of the parents approached me and said, "Hey, what's the Greenway stance on the Silfab plant?" And I said, "I don't even know what you're talking about." And I'm embarrassed to admit that because I feel like I'm pretty, in touch with things. But after speaking to a lot of things and, talking to my kids' principals and talking to people that I know out at the Greenway, I'm not the only one who wasn't aware of this until recently, and it's literally going in my backyard. And I'm just really worried about, the safety of our Greenway, the safety of my children, the air that we breathe, property value, of course. I live a stone's throw from there, and definitely the new schools are really concerning. I drove by this morning, and you can see the building, across where they're putting that in. So I hope that you guys will do the right thing. Don't have this be a moment where you look back in the future and say, "Oh man, I wish we would have made a different decision here because now we're facing lawsuits. We have people that are sick, we have people that are dying." Don't have it be a situation like that. Do the right thing. This is not light industrial. Ross Distribution Center, that's light industrial. That's right there. That is light industrial. This is heavy industrial, and it should go in an area that is zoned appropriately. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joe Casper. I'm at 247 Grove Field Drive, Fort Mill, Carolina Orchards. I just want to share the fact that I came here in September of 1977. I was a young man at the time, and I lived in Rock Hill. And I lived right behind Celanese. And for those that know Celanese, I lived in a trailer park, in a trailer that was located about 60 feet from the water treatment plant. I had a roommate. He loved to drink water. Unfortunately, this water was putrid. It not only stunk, but the taste was atrocious. So he would make it into iced tea with some lemon. That was my first experience with toxic water and air. And then I moved to Catawba, South Carolina. It's about 10 miles from Rock Hill. And I lived about an eighth of a mile from Bowater. And again, I lived in a trailer, and we used to have to use what do you call it? Insulation to cover the windows because the air pollutants would come through. And when you leave in the morning to go to work, you look at your car, and it was totally white ash. So you were breathing this stuff all the time. I just wanted to bring that up because a lot of things haven't changed. When these companies left, they left. and they said, okay, you guys clean it up. So they left the pollutants in the Catawba River and in the soil. Excuse me?
1 minute.
I'm just going to take a minute to read this to you. A January 24th, 2024 report released by the Human Rights Watch Group excuse me, stated that the petrochemical industry in the Louisiana area has come to be known as Cancer Alley, and it has devastated the health, lives, and environment of residents. Cancer Alley refers to an approximately 85-mile stretch of communities along the banks of the Mississippi River between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, where communities exist side by side with some 200 petrochemical operations. The 98-page report reads, "We're dying here. The fight for life in a Louisiana fossil fuel, sacrifice zone." It documents how residents of Cancer Alley suffer the effects of extreme pollution from the petrochemical industry, facing elevated... Can't finish it?
No, thank you, sir.
It'd be good if I could, for your edification.
The next three are Ashley Mock, Claire Boyle, and Mark Franz.
My name is Ashley Mock. I live in the Regent Park area. I do not feel comfortable leaving my address. I'm a mother to 2 small children. I'm going to go ahead and read my speech because I'm just a little over emotional about this, as we all are. And if I can ask you if you can hold up the sign, please, instead of interrupting everyone. That
Having a hard time hearing you, ma'am.
If you could hold up the sign when we complete instead of interrupting everyone, that would be great. Thank you. So to me, putting a solar plant in the middle of a community feels evil. I feel the devil coming at us hard. Everyone has already said a lot of the things that I was going to say, so I'm going to go ahead and skip that. I feel like at this point in our lives, everything comes down to money. I feel like money drives everything. It is corruption. It is absolute craziness, and I don't feel like that should make anyone's decision. I don't know whose pockets were filled with money making this decision, the lies that this company has come in making to everyone. And I've messaged with my principal of my daughter's school today. None of these teachers or staff even knew about this. Why would no one even know about this in the district? And the ones who did in the district know about this, why didn't they say anything to anybody else? Because they're hiding something. And when you're hiding something, that is deceit. So do we want to have a company in I don't even want them for light industrial. They just need to go somewhere else. Don't come in and lie, okay? This is all up to God, and this is all about Him. So I'm gonna put it in His hands, and I hope and pray for all of our children that you will please make the best decision for us, because these are our children. And the girl that was up here that got interrupted, which is so rude when we are holding up the paper, is absolutely rude and absolutely unacceptable. So I ask you to please politely hold up your paper so that everyone can see the paper instead of interrupting us. Thank you very much.
1 minute.
No, I'm done.
Hi, my name is Claire Joy Boyle, and I'm 9 years old. My brother is 11 years old, and we go to Walnut Grove Christian School. It's half a mile from the plant. My mom told me there would be a huge smokestack right next to another school. Aren't you worried about all these children, neighbors, friends, and family that will have to breathe in this toxic air? I personally like to go outside during recess with all my friends and get fresh air because I'm stuck inside all day and I need to go outside. I love living in Fort Mill. I like the woods, the bike trails. Why would you want to mess up such a great place? God taught me to make the right choices and not to litter. He made nature for us to take care of. Please stop the plant and help protect kids like me.
Good evening. My name is Mark Franz. Live at 525 Cranbourne Chase, Bailiwick section on Pleasant. So I live basically within the mile evacuation radius that's required for this plant should anything happen. This is my little slice of America that I came down here and bought. I wasn't intending to live in an evacuation zone, so that's one thing specifically. And let me just say, for the gentleman that was confident in well, the organization's safety skills. Can we just say how EPA treated Ohio and the fact that they lit these chemicals on fire instead of properly containing the contaminants? So I'm not confident in any of these organizations. I'm not confident in maintaining my safety. I'm not confident in private organizations maintaining equipment the way they should. I find this is an extremely serious situation, but I find it humorous that you're comparing this corporation to light industrial petting zoo. I don't remember the last time a cow farted at a petting zoo and cleared a mile radius. Okay, so I mean, this is not light industrial. This is going to be more Trenton, Jersey. You know, and not to mention cumulative pollution with the constant air traffic in our landing zone area, the flight path. And let me see, what else can we say? And we all know how well companies prioritize public safety over profits. When are you guys going to fly on a Boeing 737 again? Thank you.
The next three are Maria Kunich, Rick McArear, and Tim Haggerty.
While they're, she didn't get an opportunity while we're waiting for the other to come to this motion.
Robert Larkin?
She did not get on the list, that was my error.
Okay.
She's ready to speak, so.
Thank you. Laura Daly, I'm at 641 Bannerman Lane, Fort Mill. I didn't really prepare anything, but I did want to rebut what the staff argued. They claimed in their second bullet for staff recommendations and decision options that you need to determine that the staff erred in determining that solar panel manufacturing is a category of computer and electric products manufacturing. And the basis for their decision on that was the NAICS numbering system. As you questioned, the NAICS numbering system is for North American Industry Classification System. It's a federal classification system that federal statistical agencies use to classify businesses for the purpose of collecting, analyzing, and publishing statistical data related to business economics. This is land zoning, it's not business economics, but I also wanted to point out that one federal entity that deals with economics is the taxation code. And in August of 2023, the Congress passed the CHIPS Act, which created a 48 Cap D credit, a 25% credit for semiconductor manufacturing. I will note that solar panel manufacturing is not eligible for that credit. There is, however, another credit that was passed under the Inflation Reduction Act, and Code Section 48 Cap C is an advanced energy credit that solar panel manufacturing does qualify for. I will also note that most solar panel companies go under the NAICS number of 221, and this company uses that code for their NAICS number. So I really think that the staff's argument is completely defunct. Thank you.
So, ma'am, just say at the bottom of the minute question for you. Can you repeat that last section about how this particular company, the issue does not pertain to a particular company, but how some solar panel manufacturing companies categorize themselves under NCIS?
Yeah, they use the number 221, which is for utility companies, and like Duke Energy uses that number.
So power generation?
Power generation, yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Tim Haggerty, 747 Birchway Drive, Fort Mill, Carolina Orchards Subdivision. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Lytle for a very well-informed presentation. I'd like to thank many of the previous speakers for delivering the passion and the pleas of the community. And coincidentally, I'd like to thank the former speaker who referenced the NAICS issue because she's absolutely right. I wish to challenge the staff's presentation of this falling under NAICS codes related to semiconductors and related device manufacturing. So let me just read this statement. One of the pages that they submitted and put up as one of the references was the whole process gone through of how the how the NAICS numbering was effective. Well, I've done a little research into NAICS, and I wish to challenge the staff. The attachment that they submitted attempts to define the numerical coding process here as 33413, semiconductor and related device manufacturing, a subdivision of manufacturing code 334. That may have applied if there were simply assembling solar panels. Okay? However, the attachment does not accurately capture the current existing published NAICS code for manufacture of solar panels, which falls under Utilities Code 22. NAICS currently addresses solar power generation under Code 22114 and specifically assigns the subdivision code of 333414-09 for the production of equipment used to harness solar energy. It's there in the NAICS. NAICS is revised every 5 years. It's updated. Perhaps a previous revision was looked at, but I'll be happy to give you this right there. NAICS code 3314-41409, description, solar energy equipment is a subdivision of the heating equipment manufacturing industry that involves the production of equipment used to harness solar energy. It's right
You
there.
can pass that to the board if you'd like.
Be happy to give you all of this. Here, I'll just give you this one for now.
You only have one copy of it? Okay.
I have 2 copies.
Yeah, if I could get one, I can make copies of it for the board.
We'll just pass this one down.
Sir, you mentioned that the code is updated every 5 years. Do you know when it was last updated?
2022.
2022, okay.
So previous to that, it was 2017, 2022, due to be revised again in 2027. So, I mean, it's clearly right there. So this whole process that was gone through here to put it under computer and electronic product manufacturing is incorrect. Now, this changes the proposal from falling under computer and electronic product manufacturing to solar energy equipment manufacturing, a separate classification that is not allowed by right under the current zoning.
That's time, thank you.
Any questions?
No questions, thank you.
The fact that this whole NAICS...
That is time. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Can I repeat it?
No, it's time.
Sorry.
So we are, if my counting is correct, we are waiting on Maria Kunich and Rick McAreer.
I assume I'm the Rick. I'm Rick McAteer.
Okay.
Everything that's been said tonight, I fully agree with, and I have nothing to add. Statistically, I wanted to say you heard from one of my other former board members from Regent Park. We have 1,400 homes in Regent Park. We had our annual meeting last night, and this was the #1 topic, and I heard nobody in support of it. These are my feelings. They're not board endorsed feelings. I just felt compelled to share that it seems that there is no one that I've heard in 1,400 homes that's in support of this activity that's so close to our homes. So Nothing new to add. Everybody did a great job, especially Andy, and appreciate the time.
So I'll call the next three. Logan Smith, Katie or Scott Durkee, Catherine Sirkowski.
My name is Logan Smith in Regent Park. I want to say thank you to everyone who showed up today. The floor is full out there. The amount of people that are here because they love their community is heartwarming. My family and I moved here 2.5 years ago. We moved specifically to Fort Mill because of the school districts, because of the quality of life, and some of the things that brought us here. We didn't want to be in an evacuation zone. I tried to pitch a couple of places, Florida, hurricanes. Okay. Texas, tornadoes. Okay. We chose Fort Mill. We wanted to be far away from evacuations, dangerous things. My kids, I've got 3 in the elementary schools there. Moved here 2 years ago. I can't afford to move again. I don't want to move again. This is a decision that doesn't need to be happening. The evidence that was presented of a smokestack that's chemical acid scrubber, 70 feet tall. That doesn't sound like light manufacturing. I've been in light manufacturing. You're assembling things, you maybe have a little plastic thing that stamps. There should be no exhaust from the building. That's clear in the framework, and I love the way he put it. The framework says to protect home values, to protect health, quality of life. None of the air, light, those things should not be leaving the building. So when we're considering what kinds of activities should be in place, there should be no level 3 toxins near a residential or a school zone. I think that's pretty obvious. I think it's pretty obvious. And it's unwise to put some dangerous, when it doesn't need to be there. Like, there are plenty of other places, industrial zones, for dangerous chemicals for manufacturing. And great, scrub the stuff as best you can.
1 minute.
But there should be zero, thank you. There should be zero pollution of that magnitude inside of a residential or a school zone. So don't get lost in the code. Don't get lost in like the weeds of where does it fit? Like, look at it objectively. Are we taking that risk? And what are the implications of that? The fallout on this would be huge. And I would never want to make that kind of a risk. I think this is an easy decision. Anyone says it's a difficult decision, okay. I think it's an easy decision. It's a moral choice. Make the right one, save lives. You don't want to be responsible for the kinds of disaster that could happen.
With Scott and Katie Durkee with 319 Spratt Street, Fort Mill, South Carolina. Didn't have time to learn zoning laws and everything before we came here tonight. Everything that everybody said seems legitimate. We're here really as concerned York County residents to oppose the Silfab solar manufacturing plant, and it's based on what we consider a zoning and planning violation. It's our understanding this area in York County is zoned as light industrial, and this plant is being granted usage under a designation that potentially has no bearing on solar panel manufacturing. Using the designation of computer and electronic manufacturing seems outside of the reasonable expectations for this zoning classification. We imagine that there is no solar panel manufacturing designation, although apparently there is, available at this time because it's such a new technology, but that does not mean it should be slotted into a designated area just to permit zoning for this facility. Additionally, it's repurposing a light industrial distribution type facility in what will be a fully outfitted manufacturing plant. A reasonable decision to make regarding this area? We don't think so. With the knowledge that a smokestack emitting 91 feet of smoke a second that isn't 100% cleanable and 1.25 million gallons of water per day being typical for this plant, it seems outrageous in such a small area. We would also like to ask if the intention of the zoning rules were considered when the areas around that location were designated for schools, apartments, businesses, lodging, areas of residential housing, senior living facilities, as well as large gathering places like Carowinds, and were those taken into account? We believe that the determination for solar panels being manufactured under computer and electronic production is incorrect and should be reconsidered based on these ideas. And without going over what has been so eloquently said tonight, this facility just doesn't seem to fit in this area at all, especially not with our planning and zoning ideas that we seem to have. How did Silfab get an occupancy permit before any of these conversations were had? I'm not sure how that happened. I heard that tonight. Additionally, we'd like to know what the emergency evacuation plan is for Carowinds, for the schools, and for the neighborhoods around there if there's a spill or an accident. Where can we find the York County impact studies shared with the neighborhoods insofar as traffic impacts, chemical spills, and emergency planning, the impact on the community, and the cost of our housing? If we were considering moving here right now, we moved here in 2006, we absolutely wouldn't be coming. There is no way we would be coming, and we will be putting our house up for sale if this plan is approved for this area. So how can we get these impact studies, and how can we help community members understand the impact of this facility in a decision that's going to impact everybody that lives here? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Katie Sarkowski, 3147 Haddon Hall Boulevard, Fort Mill. I just have a question. How many of you on the board live within 5 miles of where this is going to be? None of you?
What was the question? Say it again, I can't hear you.
Are any of you within 5 miles of where this?
I am.
You are? Okay. And have any of you seen the movie Dark Waters? I'll take that as a no. So I'm here just to talk about the aftermath. I grew up in Bennington, Vermont, and we had ChemFab, which was a toxic, poisonous company that they had 5 miles from the house that I grew up in, and it poisoned our entire city. Smokestack went up in the air, ruined all of the land. My house was one of the houses that had the most contamination. My father has cancer. I have ulcerative colitis. This is the first time I'm ever telling this to anybody. I never thought I'd have to tell anybody this, but it's one of the biggest diseases that you get from this contamination, and I am the aftermath, and I know what it's like to go through it. And this is what's going to happen to our children. My son is most likely going to be zoned to this new school, and then in good conscience, I can't send my son to this school when you put a company like this right next to it. I mean, how could this even have come to this? How could this company even be put here? For what I've gone through, for what my father's gone through, for every single person that has been poisoned by this disgusting chemicals. I mean, it's just mind-boggling to me. I just don't even understand how you can sit here and just think that this is okay. 20 blood transfusions I had to have during COVID, okay? I almost died in the hospital. A lot of people don't know that. But this is the type of thing that's gonna happen. Today, my dad had another biopsy because they think his cancer's back. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen in our town if you allow this to go in.
1 minute.
I want to thank Wally for bringing this up. Thank you for appealing this, and I feel terrible that
We
you're
can't
listening
hear
to
you
this.
unless you face the microphone.
I said
And
thank
we would
you.
like to hear you.
Yeah, thank you to Wally. I'd like to thank him for bringing the appeal up, and I'd like to thank Andy for all of the factual information that he brought, because this is what's going to happen. Thank you.
Carolyn O'Connor, Joanne Vitale, Danielle Graham.
Hi, my name is Danielle Graham, Regent Park. Good evening, Zoning Board of Appeals members. In 2014, I buried my father due to exposure to benzene many years after he was exposed, but it took his life. Horribly, he fought until he died, but it took him. History is watching, board members. And I know you're just a resident like me, and you're just going to try to make the right decision, but history is watching. The zoning department made an enormous mistake, but not one that can't be corrected. You've got the power. Reverse the ruling and stop Silphab from doing business in Fort Mill location immediately. Thousands of children sit within 1 mile radius of the proposed manufacturing site, along with daycares, retirement communities, nursing homes, residential homes, townhomes, apartments. Elderly people, that's right. We're supposed to fight for them, for the most vulnerable. We are, me and you. Regent Park is my home. I breathe the air, I drink the water, I drive the roads, and most importantly, I share my life with my loved ones in that community. I live within the evacuation zone. I live within the mile radius. It's my home. People talking about how great they think it is, and they live over in Rock Hill, and they're going to be fine. Okay, I won't. Silphab is definitely not light industrial. They've shown you that today. When they had toxic air pollution and toxic water waste that has the potential to kill or permanently injure people, animals, and our environment. They need to be relocated to a heavy industrial area where it's not next to 2 schools with 2,500 students, neighborhoods, and businesses. It's not right for our community. I'm absolutely pro-business, and I'm definitely America first.
1 minute.
But I'm not one that believes that we should throw caution to the wind. The red flags with this type of manufacturing are flagrant and egregious. Just a short time of research uncovered extreme dangers, and it became unquestionable that Silphab is a danger to everyone's health and safety. We demand that Silphab relocate out of York County immediately. Zoning Appeals Board, what side of history will you be on? Your community is depending on you. I am depending on you. Thank you, Debbie Collinger, Tom Audette, Allison Love. You all stood up for us, and we saw you. Thank you for standing up for the people. Please stand up for us. We the people. We need you. I've given you a copy of all the schools and daycares, nursing homes that are nearby. You're going to see that there are 10 schools, daycares, nursing homes within 1 mile. There are 9 within 2 miles.
Time.
And the rest are within 3. Please take a look at that list. Do the right thing.
Mr. Chair, just as we move along, if folks have handouts that they want to give the board, if they could hand a copy of it to me, I can make sure that everyone on the board has a copy and ensure that it's part of the record.
Do you have a copy of the last one?
Not that last one, yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Carolyn O'Connor, 921 Dunes Court, and that's in Fort Mill. I just wanted to kind of summarize a couple things that I think we've all been hearing over and over again, saying similar things. And that is, excuse me, I think it's apparent that Silphab doesn't qualify or meet the compliance with being under the umbrella of a computer, electronic products, et cetera. And it seems to be that we're defining something with, I forget the name of the document that you all were using, with defining what they would qualify that as light or heavy, I'm going blank here, it's late. And so anyway, what I think, after what Mr. Andy has shared, is very vital, said that it was pretty clear that our property being devalued, the fences around our home as far as the toxic chemicals or absolutely no toxic air, doesn't even have a fence line, and that's, I believe, DHEX. But what I'm saying is, it seems to me, since we all feel similar in here and outside of here, that there should be a vote taken on this because it affects our homes, our properties, and that was part of the report about not devaluing the property. So it seems to me if we are a community, wouldn't that be the issue? Not so much does it fall under, let's see, we can't quite,
1 minute.
say what kind of a parameter this falls under. Does it meet this? Does it meet that? And we don't really have one at all. Wouldn't it be better to take a vote and say we want to save the health, the schools, the kids, and our properties? That's all.
So if you'll hold up for just a second, I believe our bylaws require that we have a vote to proceed past 9 o'clock. So we will need a motion to continue the
I make a
meeting past
motion to
9.
continue the meeting past 9 o'clock.
Motion is second, any discussion? All those in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. May proceed.
Can you hear me?
No,
I just want to
cannot.
make sure you can hear me.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll speak a little louder. My name is Joanne Vitale. I'm from Indian Land, and I work in Fort Mill. What powerful statements and testimonies tonight, and I think that everybody should be applauded for that, and I think everybody should adhere to this, to what's been said. Silfab Solar Manufacturing is a renewable energy manufacturer, correct? Which is a beneficiary of the Inflation Reduction Act by tax credits, okay? The state has received an upward of $10 billion due to the Inflation Reduction Act. How much did Fort Mill get? How will the community benefit from that? Do you know that the state, as well as Silfab, has to provide assurances to the federal government? So my question is, okay, the community residents should have access to the following information to ensure their lives and the lives of their children are not at risk of death or permanent injury when a huge industrial building with over 700,000 square feet, if that's what I'm told, is set to be operational in their backyard and where their children will attend school. Light manufacturing is up to 25,000 square feet. I know you're not talking about that, but I want it on the record. The following information should be available, which includes, and may not be limited to, the state energy plan. Have you seen it? It's a fiasco, okay? There's nothing there, okay? How about the energy assessment and energy security plan, which is required by the federal government? How about that? Let's talk about the impact studies to include the environmental report, which Lytle did a fantastic job. Transportation impact analysis, social and economic impact study, risk mitigation and assessment and action plan, which should be to include a site inspection, to include the Public Service Commission with annual reporting, okay? The state currently received, like I said, upward of $10 billion from the Inflation Reduction Act, also known as the Green New Deal. How much revenue will be generated in the county as a result of Silfab's presence, right? How about that? I think it's something that we really have to take a look at. And I want to just make one other comment. Who controls the purse? Is it you or the state legislature? Because I'm really tired in this. I'm only living here 2 years. I'm from New York, so if you couldn't tell. Okay, I've been a part of many meetings throughout the state of New York. And I can tell you this, I have never seen anything like it in my life. I've never seen a legislature and a county constantly bucking this, oh, it's the county, it's the state. The state legislature controls the pocketbook. It should be the county, the county council, the planning board, and the state legislatures making these decisions. They control the purse. So when the state legislature puts its comment and says, oh, we have nothing to do with it because it's the county council, it's really the state legislature who doles out the tax credits.
Thank you, ma'am. That's time. The next three are Justin Metcalf, Denise Bach, And there's no way I could read that name. Modeo Hoffinger?
What's it?
This looks like an R. It's like Modus Rosting.
How about Modus Roffinger?
Yeah, it's probably Morris that you
I
can't.
honestly cannot read the name.
I think
so-
it's probably Mo that you can't read.
Okay.
Yeah, about, I'm Denise Bach, Hammond Road, Fort Mill, and I want people to know that we have economic development to thank for this mess, working undercover with code names and sneaking these people in under, these backroom deals and working with the zoning department. And I thank you guys for being citizens like we are, volunteering your time on this board to hear these appeals. I know you didn't get us into this, but you're the ones that are trying to be fair and look at all the angles. So I just want to let people know, when I was a kid, my dad was a firefighter. And once in a while, my mom would take us to the fires to see what my dad was doing. And one of the most devastating fires I've seen is a house fire, where a woman was just wailing because she had just lost everything that she owned in that fire. And it broke my heart. And now fire is one of those things that can be real good when it's in your gas stove, it's in your fireplace, or you're roasting marshmallows on the campfire. But when it becomes very bad when you fall asleep while smoking a cigarette and it catches your mattress on fire. And it can cost your house and maybe your life. And at that point, it becomes very bad. Now, what makes fire either good or bad is where it's located. Those of us who live in Fort Mill know that there are toxic chemicals that Silfab plans to use that have potential to change or end many of our lives and poison our environment for decades to come. It just takes one human error, a hurricane, an earthquake, a fire. No one intends to burn down their house, and when industrial accidents happen, no one will intend to cause that one either. That's why when you actually look at what Silfab does, now what they call it, it's very apparent that businesses like Silfab belong in an industrial area, far from homes and schools and businesses. Our zoning code clearly indicates that Silfab does not belong in light industrial. It's like roasting the marshmallows on your mattress instead of the campfire. It's just the wrong location for that, and it will end in disaster at some point. Now, I started an online petition over a year ago to stop Silfab, and by the time the third reading before the county council, we had about 400 online signatures and over 1,000 signatures on paper that didn't want Silfab to come. Today, when I printed off my list, there were 2,725, and when I just checked, there was 3,422 people that said, we don't want this kind of danger in our neighborhood. Can anybody hear us? We don't want this, and we don't want them here. We hope that this board will do the right thing and finally confirm that Silfab is not light industrial by any stretch of the imagination, and stop the zoning department from continually trying to fit a square peg into a round hole by finding a way to call a business that produces toxic air pollution and toxic wastewater light industrial. Don't be a board that sets the precedent that will send this kind of business will send this kind of business and their 70-foot smokestacks and toxic pollution into every light industrial area in your county. This could destroy our wonderful county, and it will affect all of us, including all of you, since you are citizens along with us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Morris Rothstein. I live at Carolina Orchards, and I'll make this quick and simple. First, we've debunked the issue about making computers and solar manufacturing the same, because they're not. I did see on the list that solar plants were in red, but I also saw paper manufacturing number 322 was up there. And why do I say paper manufacturing? Because of the new Indy plant that was Indian land that everyone in that area suffered every single day because of the acidy air that was produced by the new Indy plant. And the people in that area had to sue the new Indy plant to stop them from functioning. DHEC did nothing because they were self-monitored. And that will happen again if we let Silfab into your county, because they're also going to be self-monitored. So who's going to knock on the door and say, you can't do that? because it's going to be too late and the genie is out of the bottle and you've contaminated the land already. Now, how can you say no? Well, Gaston County was also asked by Silfat, could we move in? And they said no. And why did they say no? Because the Celanese were there, and Celanese contaminated the county, and they're still paying the bill off from cleaning up. Now, who else said no? How about the state of Georgia said no? We don't want Silfat in here. Why not? Why not? Because it's going to contaminate the air, contaminate the land, cause health problems, and they'll be there for 3 years, leave you, and what's left, you have to clean it up, you have to increase taxes.
1 minute.
And what the other issue is, you won't be able to because you'll all be sick. And everybody in the community will leave because who wants to live near a solar manufacturing plant? We've heard people are moving. Do you want to put your kid right next door to the Silfat? So when the 70-foot tower starts exploding, do you think those pollutants will just stay up in the air? No, they're going to come down, and they're going to hit Johnny's head, and Mary's going to breathe it, and then 2 years later, somebody's going to come back here and say, you poisoned me. Do you want that to be your legacy? Because I know I don't want that to be my legacy, because I want a clean legacy, I want a healthy legacy, and I want to give back to the community. By voting no, you will be giving back to the community. And that's your responsibility. The safety and health of the community is what the zoning board has to do.
It's time.
My
Thank you,
time
sir.
is up, but hopefully all of you understand what the dangers are of allowing Silfab to exist in light industry, let alone heavy industry, because that's going to be over there, not going to be my neighbor. Do we want Silfab as a neighbor? No. Do we want Silfab to be in our backyard?
Time has expired, sir. Thank you.
I thank you.
The next three are Karen Sweeney, Javi Rowe, and Elaine Zerachi.
Is that Nikki?
Okay.
Close enough.
Hey, I'm Karen Sweeney, and I live in Regent Park, and I thank you all for hearing us and for staying later to allow us to continue to voice our concerns. That there have been so many good voices that have been heard so far tonight and so many good facts that have been brought forward. My head has been spinning because there was a lot that I have learned tonight. Some of the concerns that I had were, it was concerning really the chemicals that were being utilized, but it's also the chemical cocktail that's going to be a result of all these different chemicals that are being used and these organic volatile organic compounds. They don't define what they are. They leave that very ambiguous. But what does that mean that it's going to be doing to you and to me and to anyone else in the area? That's fabulous that they're going to be piping this stupid air up into the sky 70 feet, but you know something, it doesn't stay there. Are we going to create some sort of a dome type of an arrangement that's going to protect the air so that we can all breathe easily, so that our cars don't have the acid rain coming down on them? Oh yeah, if it comes down on the cars, it's also coming down on you, on me, on the kids that have been coming in here. What about even going over into Ballantyne? I don't live there, I live in Regent Park. But still, you know, it carries, it's going to come down. These people also come into this area, come into Fort Mill to dine, to have entertainment, to visit their friends, to work. And so they're going to be breathing this stuff too. So as we're trying to have economic development, yes, I am for it. Please bring on really good companies that are going to be high-paying, good-paying companies and treat the employee very well and not want to issue them a hazmat suit.
1 minute.
Thank you for the time. So I want to ask you to really strongly consider some of these things. They were talking about the zoning. Now, I'm not as familiar with some of this zoning, but I did learn a few things from Andy, but then also from a few of the other people that were coming up about how they had classified the business. You know, I was also thinking from the flip side, you know, it's sort of an odd thing. We're doing Silfab a very bad disservice. It's like Cinderella and her wicked sister trying to put in, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to say Silfab is wicked, but I'm not real happy with them. But trying to put on that glass slipper, it doesn't fit. It's very painful. So it's going to be very painful for that company, but it's also going to be very painful for all of us. And oh yeah, in case of an oops, who's going to be making the phone calls to all the parents of those children? Because you know something?
Time.
Those children are going to blow up.
Okay, I have really bad handwriting, so I'm assuming that I'm Hobby Rowe, but my name is Jamie Rose. I live at 811 Savannah Place Drive in Fort Mill. I've been a York County resident my entire life, and I've lived in Fort Mill for 10 years with my husband and my 2 kids. Most of the points I was going to make tonight have already been made, so I know it's getting late, and I don't want to keep beating a dead horse. But I'm just going to bring up a couple things that haven't been spoken about tonight. One is that according to the U.S. Census Bureau's 2023 population estimates, Fort Mill has a second largest population in York County and is top 5 nationally for the fastest growing cities in relevance to its size. And there is literally no signs of it stopping. So all these homes that are being built, all these neighborhoods, all these extra schools, they're just going to keep coming. Silfab is going to be right dead in the middle of all of that. It just doesn't seem to make sense. Such a densely populated area is not the best place for a place housing multiple Category 3 chemicals. It needs to be somewhere out. York County's got a lot of land. I mean, if it's got to be here, like put it somewhere where there's like a buffer, where there's no houses, no schools, no churches, nothing that can go down with the plan if something happens. We spoke briefly about the trucks having to come in to this facility on the highways that we travel every day. So we can talk about how there was an article in the Rock Hill Herald in February of 2023 that stated 50,000 people travel that stretch of I-77 every day from Chester to Charlotte. SCDOT data shows that our region is the most heavily traveled section of road in the entire state. So these are the roads that your friends and family are traveling every day. You want to be driving beside that truck? I know I don't. Also, that the proposed site is only 2 miles from Carowinds, which has 2.3 million visitors annually. In the event of a catastrophic situation, how are we going to evacuate all of these people? Like, how are we going to do that? It's something that really needs to be considered. These chemicals in this plant this is not the place for it. It needs to go somewhere else. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Elaine Zanicki, Carolina Orchards. Everybody has pretty much spoken about
Can you,
all the things.
can you repeat your address, please?
I'm in Carolina Orchards. I don't want to give the exact address.
We need the exact address for the record. Just the way it works.
There are other people didn't, but okay, you want to be like that. I'm at 5206 Sweet Fig Way in Carolina Orchards. I moved here a year ago. I am originally from New York. I was a school teacher. We had accidents. We had 9/11. They told everybody in the city that, oh, school can go on, the air is pure, everything is good, and it turned out to be a big lie, and a lot of people got sick in the schools. A lot of people were coming up to other schools and just trying to get different districting. Anyway, what I want to just mention is we were not told about this at all. It happened to be leaked in the paper at some point, but it was my understanding and a lot of other people's understanding that this was in the process of being talked about and done, and the fact that those people are actually on site there in some small office tells that this has been going on. And now we're at this point, and we have till May 17th to rectify things, or the gap is narrowing for who makes what decision. And I've been through this fact with contacting various legislators. It's not my problem. The York Council Board has to, you have to go to them. All right. Follow the money. What is so important? 800 jobs? Okay, but like other people have said, not here. This is a small suburban place. And think about it. That school that nobody mentioned, the 2 schools for 2,500 kids, is going to be less than 1,300 feet away from this plant. So the kids are going to come out for recess and see a plant.
1 minute.
And I see people shaking their head, not many in the audience, going like this. What people are saying is not true. Accidents happen, and I'll leave you with this. You've all been suffering the last, we're out of it now, but 2.5 years we went through COVID, and everything was locked down, and nobody could figure out where this thing came from. Accidents happen. Well, the main thing is that maybe the Wuhan laboratory had a leak. They didn't intend for it to happen, but things happened. And these things with smokestacks of 70 feet high or whatever, we don't know what the cocktail is going to be. So are we going to wait around? It just doesn't belong here, just for the safety reason. It can go somewhere else. I'm not against solar industry, but it should not be on that site, Narrowway Theater, Carowinds, restaurants right behind Margaritaville, schools. It's crazy. And more people are moving here. So I'll leave you with that. My time is up. Thank you.
So the next 3 are Michael Gotthauser, Abigail Cato, Molly Connor. It doesn't matter the order, just...
My name is Molly Connor, 3234 Bannock Drive, Fort Mill, South Carolina. I am a PTO Vice President at Sugar Creek Elementary School in Fort Mill and a mom of 2 elementary age children. I'm going to speak to a consequence that no one has talked about if the board votes to side with the staff. The zoning points have been made, and I will skip that. Clearly there are jobs at stake, and that is a big drawing point of this. But what about the jobs at the 2 new schools? Who is going to want to work there once they are fully informed, as most teachers and administrators in this district have not been? And I can promise you, I personally, with hopefully the help of many people in this building, will see to it that every teacher, administrator, and staff member is aware of the risks of this new school. I don't know who will go to teach there. The other thing, as a PTO Vice President, our amazing schools, I adore our school system. Our amazing schools survive and do so well because of fundraising. Do you know who fundraises for schools? Volunteers. Do you know who the volunteers are? These women, these parents. Do you know who is not going to volunteer and fundraise at this new school? Me, or anyone else. We will not put our children in this school, and we will not fundraise for this school. But I'm here tonight as an expert, as a mother. My expertise is keeping my children safe. To allow this space to be heavy industrial would put students at risk. If an accident occurred, 2,500 children would be seriously injured or killed. How much money are their lives worth?
1 minute.
I wanted to bring my kids tonight, but the facts being presented are too scary. I asked my 7-year-old son, asked where he was going tonight. I said to fight to keep you and your friends safe. He said, from what? I explained that a group of grown-ups had a big decision tonight, to keep the kids safe or not. And he replied, why wouldn't a grown-up want to keep me safe. Please do not make me go home and tell my children that you voted to not keep our children safe. Children first, every day, is the Fort Mill School District mission, philosophy, and core value. Please put our children first every single day. Thank you.
Abigail or Michael? All right, the next three. Peter McVean, Connor Pomerez, Olga Hoffman.
My name is Peter McVean. I live in the Lake Club on Lake Club Drive. I'm less than a half a mile from the nuclear plant. So I am aware of a safety issue. I won't have a chance to evacuate. I'll melt. In the meantime, while I speak, and I hope I have a big enough voice, I would like to give you a report that I prepared for Watts Huckabee at his request. If you could pass those, thank you. And basically, that report says that I could find nothing negative about Silfab from Mississauga, Ontario, Bellingham, Washington, or Burlington, Washington. Since that time, I have queried them, and none of the first responder organizations has reported any issue with any of their facilities. The one facility that is being closed down is because they are moving to the one location. There is no space available, and they need to expand. I would remark that the 70-foot stack is a scrubber. It's not spewing smoke. Secondly, I would suggest that perhaps the school board and the school administration should be queried as to their take on this situation. The chief of the Flint Hill Fire Department has spent many hours, because I have been told this personally by him, with Silfab and their safety department. He has no trouble feeling that he can handle any issue.
Please, folks.
Thank you. In addition, the tanks that they have in there that they have spoken about, the pressurized tanks, will be additionally contained in pressurized nitrogen tanks so that it's contained. They are not exposed to any air. There is also a cleanup bond required of Silfab. So should something happen and they move out, they're responsible for the cleanup because there is a bond for that. Thank you.
Just want to say, those two plants on the west coast.
You had your time, sir. You had your time. Please sit down or you will be removed. Either sit down or leave.
I had a question for the gentleman. I didn't know what his credentials were for compiling the report.
Sir. Peter, could you return, hold on a minute, ma'am. Hold on a minute. Could you return it?
Yes, sir.
I just had a quick question. It says here you were asked by Councilman Huckabee to make a report. What are your credentials and background to gather all the information and make a recommendation?
34 years as a criminal investigator, 8 for a police department, and 26 for the Drug Enforcement Administration. I retired as an assistant special agent in charge in New Orleans. After that, I consulted for due diligence, vulnerability assessment, security around the world. One of the companies was Purdue, the OxyContin.
Thank you.
And I'll ask that question too, because I don't know about the Ontario, Canada plant, but I do know about the Bellingham, Washington one. What do they do there?
What I do know is that they are preparing cells for the solar panels. and they consume water. Director of Public Works in one of those cities told me the water I get from them is cleaner than the water I give them.
Okay, so you didn't really explain my question. So answer my question, what's the difference between, this specific question, what's the difference between those two plants and the plant here?
I don't have the ability to answer that question.
So answer this.
Folks, be
So
quiet.
answer this question, because I've had this question just in general about different things in manufacturing, right? Just answer the question, in manufacturing, what's the difference between assembly and manufacturing?
Manufacturing is you create the parts so you can assemble something.
Okay, so what's the difference between the plants that you're referencing in here and the plant that's here?
I don't know.
So you wrote this report and you had things in there. I'm just confused why you can't answer questions about what's in
Because
it.
I did not ask them what the difference was between there and here.
Would that not be a specific question that you should have probably asked? I mean, I'm just asking because I'd love to know the answer.
I think perhaps I should have asked that question.
Yeah, because you're referencing a lot of things, I get that you want to have in your piece of paper, but I'm just curious, right?
Okay. I should have asked the question.
All right.
Now you're going to make me go ask it.
Good question to ask.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
My name is Olga Hoffman, 1919 Bellflower Drive. I live in Regent Park. So I had a bunch of facts and statistics I was going to bring up that I researched, but I don't even know if it's any point in bringing it up, because personally, I feel that all of you guys have already made the decision, and it's the decision based on whoever the powers that be told you to make it. Because we have Silfab already in this plant, doing productions. They're on Glassdoor as already a location set up. And I moved from San Francisco to Charlotte 6 years ago to retire. It was nice, but within 5 years, oh my God, it was just like San Francisco. So I moved to Fort Mill because it was rural, everyone there is nice, small town, didn't have any manufacturing or anything else. I worked in Silicon Valley for years. I have a degree in biology from Stanford. I understand all that stuff. A lot more than that person did who they hired. His background was totally irrelevant to what they asked him to do. But it just seems to me, after I learned so many things tonight that I didn't know, that it seemed that the decision was jury-rigged of you putting in an Act 434344 code. It was all jury-rigged. And everything I've heard is very obvious to you. It would be obvious to my cat that this is heavy industrial manufacturing.
1 minute.
And so I feel like crying. I'm really, really disappointed and saddened, because when you hear companies coming, there's news always. Everybody knows, oh, they're coming to bring jobs. Oh, I hear it all the time for the last 6 years. So Fab, nothing. If I had known they were coming, I would have never moved to Fort Mill. Best kept secret. And I feel sorry for you guys, so, because you're going to have to do what the powers that be tell you, or vote your conscience. Thank you very much.
Hey, Jeff, can I ask her something?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
To the lady over here.
The lady that just talked.
Where did she go?
Ma'am?
Did you have a question for her?
Well, I had a comment.
Can
You had a
yeah,
question?
can you come back?
Yes,
Ma'am,
sir.
it's me. I resent the fact that you said that we already have made our minds up because somebody told us to. Nobody tells us anything. We
I don't
make our
know.
minds up based on what we hear
Well,
and
how
see.
come Silfab was the best kept secret ever, but it's all over? They've got it as a third location. They've been here a year or two.
Nobody
It's-
tells
it's
us
a
what
done
decision
deal.
to make.
Well, I hope not, because
No.
that would really make me feel a lot better. Thank you, sir.
All right, the last three on the list: Lorena Lee, Tony Lynn, and Amy Lynn.
I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Lorena Lee. I'm a resident at Regent Park since 2015, and I live in Fort Mill since 2010. I'm a mom, and my kids are in second grade and in fifth grade. They were here with me today because even they, at that little age, realize this is ridiculous. That plan should not be there. Most people work in Charlotte. When you get the call to say, hey, whole Fort Mill just blew up, you're gonna come home to nothing. Your kids, why are you gonna go and find pieces of them? What's gonna happen? Do you wanna live there? Do you wanna send your kids to school right next to it? It's literally right next door. It's a tiny little creek and trees. That's it. My kids had to go home because it's too late. They wrote down in this little post-it note what they want to say, and they say, do you care about me? We don't want to go to school there. They're so little, and they already realize that's not okay. There is no place for a solar panel. All the toxic chemicals, do you know how many chemicals it takes to make that? You burn your house for 25 years, and then what happened? You had to get rid of that. It's a hazard to get rid of it. It's a hazard to make them. We do not want that. I don't want that in my backyard. It has no place there. So I ask you as a mom, please do not put our kids in that situation. Thank you very much.
So we've reached the end of the list, unless any of the other names that I've called are present but have not approached the bench. Okay, with that, we're going to ask if the appellant, Mr. Buchanan, would care to return, but we ask that if you do care to return, that you abide by the same rules and keep your response to 3 minutes.
I most certainly will. The first thing I'm going to do is apologize to y'all. I was in Oak Island, North Carolina this morning. I came home, just left our family vacation so I could make this meeting. I lost all my notes. I scribbled on a piece of paper out in the hall, and I was very unorganized. I apologize for everything except my passion. I love my town. I love where I grew up. I love my family. I love kids. And I prayed while I was sitting here. I said, God, you said if any man lacked wisdom, and I think I qualify as that. I don't have all the percentages or the numbers, but I prayed. I said, God, you told me if any man lacked wisdom and he prayed for it, you would give it to him unbraidedly. And God has gave me wisdom tonight through my new friends, through our people I have met, through York County. I got educated tonight. This is not my forte. I'm ex-military, ex-pastor. I can tell you how to go to heaven. I can tell you that Jesus loves you and I love you too. But as far as all these chemicals, all I know is I don't want it in my neighborhood. And I love my neighbors. They're going to outlive me. My grandson's going to outlive me. I don't have anything to leave him if this goes in. I'm going to share a little secret with you. Our 10 acres are up for sale. The only thing that will stop the sale is you. Thank you for your consideration. And Bud Smith, I'm proud of you, Bo. You stood up for what was right. You stood up for the truth. You said, nobody has told me. I'm going to put this out there. People said, do you get phone calls and this, that? Nobody's going to give me phone calls. I'm too mouthy. I'm too literal. I'll tell everybody who's threatened me. But I'm going to tell you this. We know the two politicians who are behind this. We have a congressman who is on the Green Energy Board, and we have a real estate developer who helped with this deal and said that he would get Rockefeller their money if they came, apparently. I asked him about it. He said no, his company didn't, his attorney didn't have anything to do with this. But I do know there's one in Fort Mill that was fast-tracked. Y'all know what a fast track is. These people know what a fast track is, and it has happened with CFAB. Please, don't let this ruin our community. This is the only thing I've got to, I love my grandson like you love yours. This is the only thing I got left to give my 20-year-old grandson that I served this country for. Just be a patriot and love America. God bless you.
We will now close the public hearing, and we're looking for a motion. Do you need to go into executive session? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Does somebody have a motion to make?
Or if anybody has a motion to make, if someone would like to make a motion and would like to request executive session to help tailor that motion, then you can make a motion that we enter executive session once again.
Make a motion to go into executive session.
Make the motion to go into executive session.
All right, so we have a motion. We have a motion to enter executive session. We need a second.
I second.
Have a second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Any opposed? Motion passes. We'll return shortly. Our attorney.
She's having a discussion. She'll be here in minutes.
Well, we have Michael, so. Yeah. Okay, the board entered executive session to receive legal advice. We are now out of executive session, and no action had been taken during executive session. So at this time, we've heard all debate, public hearing is closed, and we need a motion.
I make a motion to reverse the interpretation of the zoning administrator that would allow solar panel manufacturing as a permitted use in a light industrial district.
We need a second to that motion in order to proceed. We have a motion and a second. Care to begin discussion?
Just quite simply is that I think that there was a misinterpretation. Nowhere in the current code, solar panel manufacturing is not a specified action under the current code as permitted, as a permitted action.
First of all, Rachel and the staff does a great job at interpreting the zoning code, I believe. But I think a lot of it in this case was the fact that there's differences between the hazards from the experts. So it was a little confusing to me. None of the things that these people pointed out were listed as a hazard in our documentation. So I think that's the biggest problem to me.
I did want to just say I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm, and you're all here for many hours, so that shows a lot of dedication. I will also tell you that you've made my first night on the board and first meeting pretty exciting, so we'll leave it at that. Yeah, so from the interpretation, you know, I'm in technology myself, right? Have been my whole life, and been an engineer, and there is never a cut and dry for a lot of things, and there is things open for interpretation, right? And there is new technologies that come out. We, I think, know that solar hasn't been here in South Carolina. I don't think this has been addressed before. We're all human, right? We're all trying to make the best decisions with what we have. We're trying to make good decisions for the community. We're trying to move things forward. We're trying to bring new jobs in. So that's all just some additional commentary based on everything. But exactly what the board has said, I think, you know, it was open for interpretation. You know, there isn't a slot for solar. There certainly isn't a specificness in our county zoning. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that, and thank you for all your input and all your time that you guys have put into this. I think it really shows something about the community coming together.
I'll just add from my perspective that it is the purview of staff to make these kind of interpretations, and often code is not very clear. There's always times, we've seen this many times, where something isn't 100% defined. And so you get into the gray area of how it is determined and how it is defined. And I think staff does their absolute best at doing those things and making those determinations. But that's the reason why this process exists also, so that a civilian board can review that. One of my big concerns is that there's no regulatory, no mention of the NAICS. I did, as part of this, quite a bit of research into it, and it is very widely used, and is very widely used for this purpose. And honestly, if it was mentioned in the county code that in areas of ambiguity we refer to the NAICS, because it is in black and white, solar panel production and NAICS, I think this would be a slam dunk, and be a slam dunk in the manner that most of the folks present tonight would not appreciate. But I like to see things in black and white. I like them to be as clear as possible. The NAICS is not. So that is my big concern that was not previously mentioned as part of the debate. I think there are some elements maybe in solar panel production. I don't really want to get into it. I'm not a solar panel expert, but I know that there are different production methods because there are different types of solar panels. But when you have a production facility that has a rather lengthy pollution scrubber, I begin to question whether or not it's truly a light industrial use. So that is something that causes a great concern also. So any further discussion? Anything to add?
I would just say that I agree. I think, discussing the NAICS and the lack of clarity there and the fact that it's not reflected in the zoning ordinance, I don't think it gives us enough purview to be able to uphold it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to reverse the administrative decision of staff. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, if we could now have one procedural motion to ratify the fact that we've gone past 10 p.m. to continue the meeting. We're past our 4-hour mark.
Oh, I thought we dispensed with that when we went with the
When we passed 9.
o'clock.
Good try.
So we need a motion to,
Ratifying that you've gone past 10 p.m.
okay, need a motion to verify that we've gone past 10 p.m. I'll make that motion.
Yes, I
I have
second
a
it.
second. Any discussion?
No.
Signify by raising your right hand. Look at the clock. It's pretty obvious. Okay, we need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I second it.
Second. All those in favor? All right, it passes. Thank you.